music got real loud right there. Alright, there we go. Chat popped out there. Oh, and I missed a follow. I'm sorry. Obmov. Maybe it's Ob? How do I pronounce your name? Sorry. Wait, might have to wait till Friday for what? Oh, auto merge. Gotcha. Ooh, yeah. Looks like Actions Core cannot be updated. Let me double check. Does Danny update that one? Man, a lot of files got updated. Okay, so we switched from an eslint.rc to an eslint.rc.yaml. Oh, and he moved it too. Okay. Markdown lint. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, that's cool. YAML lint. Okay. Yeah, this is nice. I was not aware of that for GitHub Actions. Yeah, that's actually really cool. Okay, so that verifies the dist file. Renaming that's a little weird, but yeah, this part's fine. Damn, he put in a lot of work here. Oh yeah, Danny. Thank you. Interesting. I seem to have forgotten that you can schedule cron jobs with GitHub Actions as well. Sure. Has a lot of stuff to be ignored. This seems like a bunch of boilerplate. Like, next or nuxt aren't even relevant here. Or view press. This is just some boilerplate he got from somewhere. I'll allow it. Oh, checkout's been updated. That's a good point. This section here about install args? Yep. Yeah, so legacy peer deps can be needed. He updated some tests too. Yep. I think I'd rather keep the semicolons, though. Yeah, so hold on. Where's that? That's in the ESLint, right? I don't know why that comma got in there. And maybe it was the prettier as well. Hello? There we go. A single quote here is weird. But looks like we were already doing single quotes, so that's fine. Yeah, I'd prefer to like leave the semicolons because it's adding a bunch of noise to the diff. But okay, cool. And then, last but not least, we've got a PR for Vexilla. There's a lot of changes in here, too. So, beginning of day here. That's a good one. Oh, looks like we can just do the default value. Okay, that's fine. It's less explicit, though. I think that's fine. Not a big fan of the if statement. Alright, so the way he's doing this is correct. Yep. So yeah, most of this is good. Yeah, so this isn't named nearly correct. Oh, and yeah, this was named incorrectly. Manifest response was a copy-paste error. So that's why he was so confused by it. Yeah, hopefully Ryan comes by at some point so we can actually walk through this with him. Because it would be a lot to change there. Like, a lot of comments to make. I think technically there was too much mixed in. I would have preferred smaller PRs, right? Like one PR just for changing the beginning of day, end of day kind of stuff. That'd be great, right? It's like a 3-line change, super easy to merge. So I think the big problem is he did too much in one branch, right? And that's a huge issue. Many small branches are easier to merge, easier to review, and you don't delay the easy ones for some things that have comments. So yeah, right? This is one of the biggest problem open source maintainers have. People put everything in the kitchen sink in one PR rather than splitting things out. Right? Because does this change, right? Beginning of day, does that actually fix the scheduler test? No. It's a totally different change, right? This name is no longer even accurate to what this right here is doing. That if statement is just a refactor of logic. It's not actually changing logic. It's just moving this check around. That's also not fixing the scheduler test. So I think there's just problems when PRs try to do too much. You need to make smaller PRs, always. Technically, it could have just been an issue. So yeah, I need to create a PR to fix that. That's probably a good option. But we're on the Python SDK right now, so we'll have to do that part later. I don't feel like switching branches and all that right now. What day should we close this issue to give them a chance to check it out? Cool. All right, so now we can get back to the Python SDK. Okay. So which part should we try and tackle first? Scheduling or core logic? What's up, Villard? How you doing? Just chilling. Building out the Python SDK for Vexilla. All right, so def should right, self, this is then going to be group name or ID, which is a stir. Then it's feature name or ID, which is also a stir. So then we're going to have should custom. And it's all of this, and then we add the custom instance ID. So union of stir int float. And this just needs to call, or no, this, hold on, we'll just say return false for now. Self.should custom. Group name or ID. Feature name or ID. And self dot. And let's rename this. Oh, and false? There we go. There we go. Oh, did Danny already reply? Oh, he did. Hold on. Let's go look at that on GitHub. Ah, still a bunch of conflicts. Let him resolve those? So yeah, still not ready yet. Okay, so back to this part. So we've created the should function. We pass in the custom instance ID to the should custom function. And then this is where the meat of the logic happens. So we can just get rid of this. We're not going to use that at all. Let me double check on some other things. And yeah, what's everyone up to? So let's go look at our core implementation over here in Go. Oh, and you know what? We should at least like stub out our scheduler. So here in scheduling, we've got is scheduled feature active, which takes in the feature. Oh, and we need to do the def thing. That returns a bool. We'll just say true for now. Technically, hold on, this is going to be comprised of other methods, though. So, next one is schedule active. Oh, and yeah, let's type these out. So yeah. Is scheduled feature active, takes in the feature. Whoa, what? It is not getting the right path there. Alright, there we go. So we get feature there. Next bit is schedule and schedule type. And I think we're going to end up needing schedule time type as well. Might as well just add it. Alright, so we take in the schedule type. Now, is schedule active here? We could do the same thing that Ryan did in the Elixir and just do a default value. And that would work. How do we get the right value for that, though? So let's go find arrow. Let's look at their documentation. Arrow.utcnow.timestamp. Hold on. Let me look at this. Now, do we not have that as a dependency yet? We should. Yeah, I'll just do import arrow. Maybe. Hold on. So we're inside the Docker container still. Let's try and do another install. Yeah, it looks like it should be good. Oh, it doesn't get evaluated when we call it? Oh, really? Okay. So yeah, for testing, we got to do this then. Okay. Am I doing that somewhere? Let me double check that part. Hold on. Return is schedule active. Oh. Am I doing that elsewhere? Doesn't look like it. Okay, cool. Glad I didn't make that mistake. Yeah, thank you, Tomet. Appreciate that. All right, so we got our top level-ish functions. We're gonna let this one just be that for now. Ooh, okay, hold on. I need to check something in Python here. I'm gonna guess this is Python 3? Nope. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to want to do int around this. Oh, and yeah, in hasher, right? So doing this, we can always just turn this into a stir function around it. Right? I think it's easier to read that way. Was that you that pointed that out, Tomed? I know someone mentioned it last time. Hello, aged Jesse Pinkman? I mean, Jesse Pinkman's aged Jesse Pinkman at this point. Or the actor that plays him. I've actually heard this one a bit more. Yeah, someone mentioned it, Mr. Tomed. I forget who, though. But do you agree with that change, at least? Right? Instead of using the formatting string to convert it, we can just you know, use the string function to convert it. I think that's probably more like idiomatic or whatever. I forget the actor's name, but no, the one that I've gotten a bunch before is Edward Furlong. Only if you're meaning Edward Furlong then. If you mean like modern day Edward Furlong, that's just fighting words. Yeah, no, you weren't censored for the swear word. You were censored because I'm sick and tired of the tab comments. Do you think that's an original comment? I would assume most of my audience here is sick and tired of the tab comments, too. If you hang out long enough, you'll see enough people comment it. Obviously, you haven't seen enough people's browsers. It's a very common thing to have a lot of tabs. That's why it's a meme at this point. And I really don't like low-effort memes. Alright, so should custom we need to do. The scheduler we finished. We'll call this good. So now we can get back to writing this part. We need to create some helper functions. Okay, judging mobile Chrome versus desktop Chrome isn't even a valid comparison. So yeah, the other helper functions we need within the client right before we even do the should function, we should probably do like the getters. But before we even do those, we should probably do where is it? Sure, makes sense, Sakurai. Here we go. So these are the functions we care about. There's get raw feature. We don't care about that one specifically, but we do care about get real IDs. So yeah, let's port that one out. What did we call that type? Did I even create that type yet? Oh, I didn't. Okay, so then this is going to be group ID, stir, feature ID, stir, and environment ID. And let's bring this in. Now hold on. How do we instantiate this thing? Do we have to do the new keyword or anything? Let me double check this. We're gonna need to bring in the base model thing though. Yeah, let's just look it up. It is just, yeah, just a function. Cool. Just double checking it. Yeah, you don't call the init function directly, though. That's what I was verifying. Right? In Rust and some other languages, you would call literally the new function that you created. In Python, you don't. So I got to verify some of these things. That is the nature of a polyglot. Sure. Yep. So let's do this. just for now. Feature ID and environment ID. Oh. Yeah, we want to do the base model thing, so yep. That's fine, Sakurai. If you have questions, you can ask. But if you're tired, yeah, get some sleep. What do you mean, Tech Penguin? Yeah, we have alert command. You mean, I would need self right here? I'm not setting anything on it. Right? None of this is being set on the instance. This doesn't get set anyway. This is just an, you know, something else. Hold on. Are you saying here? We're literally using a thing called base model that does that for us. Base model is coming from Pydantic. I mean, I would just say give it some time, and instead maybe ask questions rather than giving directives. I mean, it was pretty suggestive rather than a directive, so that helps, but yeah, I think it just depends. If you're not sure about what I'm trying to do, a question would probably help. And I don't mind some comments. It's when you're doing bam, 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 that it feels like you're actually trying to drive from the backseat. A comment here and there is fine, as long as it doesn't sound like a direction. Right? Suggestions, pretty good. Yeah, you guarded it fine. But I think that's one of the big things we run into. If you're unsure, ask a question first. Which Pydantic version? Ooh, I don't remember. Whatever supports 3.6. So we had to go back to, I think 1.9.2? Yeah, 1.9.2. All right, so group ID here. Ooh, and what's the preferred error handling mechanism? Do we throw? Or do we do errors as values? All right, so try catch is standardized. Okay. As a consumer of a feature flag library, would you prefer that it throw or just return false when you try to do something, right? When you try to check if the user can do something. Would you want to wrap that in a try catch, or would you just want to have, you know, the feature be off? So I get that, Cabre. Wouldn't it make sense maybe to return false, but then allow the user to like log out why it returned false? I'm writing an SDK. The SDK can log things if you turn on the show log function. False is a proper return value anyway. So either you would get a log or you wouldn't. I'm just double checking. I just want to make sure. To me, it does seem like extra overhead for the consumer of a feature flag library. Okay, cool. Makes sense. So in Rust and Go, the user would typically end up, or not the user, but the library would typically end up having its own exception definitions. Would I want to do that here too? Okay. Yeah, currently I was going to use the Python default logger, but I haven't thought about that much. Okay. And let me check this. Foo equals that. Print foo. R. So that does throw an exception if the key is not there. Okay, let me look up try-catch syntax as well. One second. So yeah, that right there, a tech penguin, I would say is massively backseating. I still want to read some stuff. Okay? Now here's the question. Is there a generic error type? No, it's fine, Tech Penguin. Like, some things need to be looked up. So would I just pass exception as the generic? It looks like it, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, another problem there, Tech Penguin, is formatting doesn't work here in chat. Right? So any type of code pasting doesn't work. So basically, I would want to do something like class lookup table error. This would extend exception. Yeah, let me look at how some of this works. So yeah, they should typically be derived from the exception class. Do I need to still create like an init for it? I was hoping they'd show me a good example. Yeah, I think so. So I'd want to do something like... wait, how do we define the init? Do I have to do def still before it? I do. Alright, so then it would be super init. I think I do. No, because I still want to have like a realistic error message. So I want to let the user know which ID couldn't be looked up, right? Which value or whatever. I want to let the user know which lookup table failed. And I want a formatted message. Okay, so what I end up wanting to do here is table name. Name or ID, and then after that, errors. All right, so then we do a formatted string. No value found in table name lookup table for key name or ID. Right? As a consumer of this library, would that be a helpful error for you? What do y'all think? And just for my own knowledge, what does the empty class look like? Empty exception, just for now, just to see. If you passed an ID that doesn't exist. Oh, so you would have to do a doc string of some kind? Like this? Is that how you do doc strings? It is absolutely necessary. So just imagine you as a consumer of this library made a typo in the name of a feature you're looking up. If that were to be failed to look up, would that be an issue? You're using magic strings unless you use a typed library created by what we're doing. Right here, client.should. These are strings. If you mess up one of these strings, it's not going to be in our lookup table. You can trust that I know I need this. I'm just wondering, is it an acceptable error? So how do I define an empty class? Right? Because I'm getting an error here. Do I need the colon? Looks like yeah. still yelling at me about it, though. Oh, I need the word pass. Oh, interesting. Okay. I thought... Yeah. I didn't realize that you meant pass literally. I thought you just meant, like, move on to the next line. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so we'll probably end up doing that with a few of these exceptions. But for the lookup table, we definitely wanted that. So there we go. I think adding the extra context. This could indicate a misspelling, or you haven't fetched the manifest or flag group yet. Okay, cool. I think whatever shipped with VS Code and its main plugin. I think when we looked at it, it said Pylance. Yeah, so it looks like Pylance is yelling at it. Ooh, this person's saying the exception defined here would not be pickleable? What does that mean? Some people think cucumbers taste better pickled. Yeah, and my thought would be I'd still want to pass the exception along somewhere. But let me see how this actually works. So this is gonna be try group ID self.group lookup table. Ooh, and get real IDs. Yeah, so this is gonna be group name or ID, which is a string, feature name or ID, which is a string, and environment. Actually, that gets just passed in. All right, so then it's what? Catch, lookup table error. Is that what we named it? Yeah, lookup table error. And hold on. Oh, and this is not lookup table error. And also, I think I'm doing the try catch wrong. Hold on, let me look up that syntax again. Oh, it's try except, not catch. Ah, that's it. Okay, cool. And this is actually just, we can just say exception. Ooh, and yeah, this, like, the custom exception we have is probably not great, but we would want to raise, and then this would be lookup table error. All right, table name would be group. The name or ID, that is group name or ID. And then for errors, would I want to pass E along? Technically, probably like that. Right? Would you actually care about, like, E.errors, like, later when you're looking it up? And again, we might be breaking pickleability, which I still don't understand as a comment. What is pickle? Pickle and unpickle the exception. What? Okay. Okay. So it's for serialization. Gotcha. You used recursion today? Nice. Right, and we probably want this to be pickleable because some people might use that for logging and things like that, for like remote log aggregation. So what do y'all think? Should we be doing this part? Should we make sure that this is pickleable? I don't know. Would you want to be able to pickle it? That's my question. That's what I'm asking you. ice creamable. That's a totally different thing. Wait, Chica, is that actually a thing? I just thought you were making a joke. Yeah, anyone that wants to leave a lurk over on YouTube, you'd be helping me out. No worries if not. Just throwing it out there. Feel free to throw it on back. Let me double check 1 second. There you go. Yeah, you can do a link now. So it was actually a thing. Oh, huh. And man, I had the weirdest dream last night. I dreamt that I went to some, like, meetup in Seattle, and my car got stolen. But it wasn't any part of Seattle that actually exists. It was some city that totally doesn't exist. And then after that, I decided to, like, okay, let me go wander the city a bit. And I ended up grabbing the largest cotton candy I've ever seen that I think had, like, some type of, like, crunchy candies on the outside, too. And now I want that candy to exist. I mean, it was my car, right? You know, 90s Subaru. No, it wasn't rock candy. It was like, you know, like the dots that you get on the sheet of wax paper? It was like those on the outside of like a big cotton candy. Even in your dreams, you couldn't escape it? Brutal. Yeah, and then I ended up at an Elixir meetup that met in a field with my cotton candy, so I'm sitting there munching on it. It was super weird. It was one of the strangest dreams I've ever had. Not the strangest. I've had some really weird dreams, too. So I guess here's the question. Do I want to pass this exception through? Oh, really, Tech Penguin? For me, it just means I haven't smoked weed in a while. That's it. That's the only difference. There you go, Perp Scare. Just like real life. That actually sounds wholly accurate. That's not even a weird dream. That's the reality of modern airports. They make you do like the switchbacks, but there's nobody even in line. Alright, so if we want this to be pickleable, we'd have to define the reduce function. Right, so is that properly pickleable? I think that's what it looked like from their description. Oh, but I don't use arrays, I use parens? Oh, and I could just return instead of super.reduce. Yeah, no worries, Chica. Oh, and hold on. What was I seeing from your comment? Oh, ice cream. Yeah, let me go look at that real quick. Sorry, I forgot. It was updated last year, so it doesn't seem that deprecated. Do you ever use print or log to debug your code? Of course you do! Ice cream, or IC for short, makes print debugging a little sweeter. Ooh, I love a good, like, name-based kind of pun. Yeah, nice. Alright, so I feel like what we have would be ice creamable. So I don't think we have a problem with that right now. I think we're good. I think this ends up making us pickleable as well. Is pickle built in? Could I use it in the REPL? Hold on. How are they recommending the test of it? Pickle.dumps. Pickle.fry. There you go. So yeah, we would raise, look up table error. Sure, do that. Accept. Look up table error as E. Oh, do I need to print it still? I probably do. So yeah, this one would be groups, and this one would be some feature. That looks right to me, yeah? It printed some binary, but, you know, that's fine. Okay. Cool. Line too long, we don't care about that one. Okay, cool. So yeah, we verified that. So every exception we create, if we're going to have custom implementation details and custom messages, we're going to need to end up doing a custom reduce as well. Whereas if we just, you know, do our error inheriting from exception and not changing anything, it should be automatically pickleable, right? So I think we're good. Cool. So this is only necessary if we're doing custom stuff, right? So that makes sense to me. Pep8? What is Pep8? Is that like a local REPL? Oh, we have an auto formatter. We're using black. I would assume that we don't have to worry about that if we're using black, right? All right, so I want to do something slightly similar here, but this is a nested lookup table error. Hold on, let me check one thing here. All right. So yeah. Probably just want to copy all of this. Right, group ID is resolved at that point. Enforces things like doc strings. Yeah, we can worry about doc strings later. Documentation is an after the fact. We need to figure out what we're doing first. Yeah, documentation is a step before publishing, but after the implementation. Because we may end up changing things, and having to change our docs when we do change things is super annoying. So docs is the last step. No, I don't do TDD. Obviously. I understand what doc strings are at Tech Penguin. We're not going to do that until we're actually satisfied with the implementation. We're not going to do that until we've actually aligned all of the other SDKs to a common implementation. Documentation is not ready until the implementation is done. It's not even something we should attempt. I know what a doc string is. It's not unique to Python. Things will go smoother if you assume I understand a lot of these programming ideas in general, and I'm just trying to figure out the Pythonic way of doing it. In that case, is a doc string unique to Python? No. I'm finding this a little annoying, that black here is not turned on by default. Let's go try and figure that out. Oh, I didn't want system preferences. Wrong thing. Interesting. Yeah, this says configure default formatter. Python formatting provider. Okay. Did I miss it? Huh. So there's another way I can do this. What we end up wanting to do, though, we need to create an editor for that specific folder. And then we can set it for the workspace. What? Do I have the black extension turned off? It should be there. Oh. Oh, yeah. We have to re-enable. Enable for the workspace. And we should be good there now. Yeah, so Python and Pylance are on. Why is Prettier trying to yell at me? That doesn't seem right. All right, and code, preferences, settings, format on save, yes. What would be another good way to test it? I'm guessing they're not going to fix that for us, but I thought they would. And actually, PEP 8 would be indented by 4 lines, right? So something's up here. Let's see if VS Code needs an update. Ah, damn. Let's try restarting the extension host. And everyone over on YouTube, how's the music? Should I turn it up or down? Is it too quiet? Let's close this one down real quick. Right, this looks formatted great. Let's turn off Prettier for the workspace. And maybe a reload actually helps. So strange to me. Maybe it's the default config of the formatter? I mean, we can look. Yeah, it only has 4 config options. All right, well, here's the thing. I could run black as a CLI tool, right? So that's fine. I don't mind that, but it's not kicking in, which I think is the big problem. Okay, so that worked. Yeah, so I'll just run it by hand if I have to. It's not a big deal. So wait, what do you mean? Rough instead? I feel like I want to stick with what's mostly standard. Rough and black is a typical combo. Rough is the Rust one? No, Rust has Rust format. Like Rust FMT. Ah, Rough is written in Rust. Ah, that's what you mean. Ah, I see what you mean. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, I get it. No, I think it's worth it. Yeah, I think this is totally, like, worth adding. All right, let's get a glass of water in before we do a whiskey. I could just slam it. Oh. Are we going to have an issue because rough requires a specific version? I won't what? Get a glass of water in before the whiskey? I mean, it's right here. I already poured it. I won't slam that water? Why not? I'm not saying like a shot, but I can... That's typically how I drink water. I only drink water when I'm thirsty, and I'm thirsty enough to usually slam the whole thing. Do you really doubt my ability, or are you doing some reverse psychology there? A slam is not a shot. Keep that in mind. They're different things. So there you go. The reverse psychology worked. Oh wow, did Algo finish early? Interesting. Who do you even raid? I usually just like something that is somewhat, like, good, but also cheap, right? Whatever the best deal on a good whiskey is. I'll even consider Bullet a good whiskey. I can't drink Jim Beam or Jack Daniels or, like, the low-end stuff. Tullamore Dew? Yeah, that's a fine whiskey, too. Yeah, Four Roses is solid. Woodford Reserve is solid. Hard cider? Gotcha. Yeah, I know some people came in here after Algo finished. Who did he raid? I'm always curious about that. Because I don't... Oh, I see it. I think he probably raided Trash Puppy, right? Never mind, I missed it. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. Ah, Odd Oculus. I don't know that one. Cool. And hey, what's up, Time? How are you doing? Ooh, over on Gaming Stream next time you stop in, remind me to tell you about the story. That way I can get the gears turning about, like, you know, what the commission should be. I don't want to say it here in front of this crowd, though. It's too many people. Yeah, I wouldn't even mind doing, like, a couple commissions just to have options, so, yeah. And what is the rate that you know, your standard rate that you charge? I'm not looking for a deal. Right? I want to pay, you know, full price. On top of, like, you know, like, maybe discounted commission. Again, we can work out, like, the business details. I'm just trying to budget right now. So if there were no commission deal, what would the full price be that you would charge to anyone asking? I guess it depends on the size as well, right? I think for like a standard print, yeah, like a 5x7. Oh, that's reasonable. Okay. Oh, that's incredibly reasonable. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. And how about this? Would there be like an option for charging slightly more, but maybe like a couple revisions on like a sketch before you do like the watercolor? Right? Super light and easy sketches, but still just like an initial thing before the watercolor part happens. I'm just wondering. Again, whatever you want. I just feel like commissions for like commercial products are a slightly different path than like an artistic commission. Oh, that's part of the process anyway. Okay, cool. Awesome. How many revisions do you typically allow? And then is there an option to request more with, you know, additional cost? And I'm looking for just like really light sketches, not like totally done. But all right, so let's do some more Python code. Yeah, looks like we're not getting any format on save. That's a little annoying. Oh well. We can always run it via the CLI. But installing rough. Oh, let's look at that real quick. Yeah, we'll chat more. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think like the, you know, the ink and watercolor thing is exactly what I'm looking for. So you're the only artist I'm even thinking about for this. So, yeah. Yep. All right. So rough Python. And it looks like it does not support 3.6. Might be a rough customer. Ooh. I like a good pun. I'll take it. Yeah, we're seeing so much 3.7 support. Yeah, maybe trying to support 4% of users isn't worth it. And updating our versioning to 3.7 would be ideal. Usage, Tech Penguin. 5% of users downloading from PyPy still use 3.6. Red Hat Linux is supporting 3.6 all the way until 2029. According to some link someone found that I can't get at this point. I'm not sure how. But so many of the tools we're trying to use require 3.7 or 3.8. That seems rough. I mean, that's the nature of SDKs. Okay, so Flake 8, right? It'd be nice to use rough, but if we can't get it to work with 3.6, then that's all there is to it. Rough is just faster? Okay, that's fine. And yeah, time. We're doing the Python SDK. This is where you have some experience, right? You're probably more experienced with Python than I am. All right, so that one installed fine. Cool. Let's see if there's an extension for Flake 8. Ooh, yep. Microsoft created. Awesome. No, the Python linter we were getting was Pylance. So how do you feel about Flake 8 versus Pylance? And real quick, King of the Hills 1. Thank you for the follow. That was a little bit ago. My bad. So in this post, I guess someone says they prefer camel case to snake case, and this person chimes in, hey, anyone got a spare pitchfork? Okay, so Pylance is just the LSP? Okay. So it can call out to Flake 8. Gotcha. No, but I have a pitchfork. Yeah. Oh, so this is an Al Swigert post. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not sure that Flake8 is automatically part of the Python package. It does say linting and debugging. So maybe you're right. I don't know. Oh, we are massively borking their images. No, it does look like you need to install the extension separate. Now, so basically, the Python extension is a facade to other tools. Right? So, yeah, you'd have to actually configure it that way, I think. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm fine with Flake8. Now I wonder, do I need to configure that? Let's double check that part. Have I ever installed OpenGL? I haven't. Yeah, only games I've ever really done were JavaScript-based. We should get back to JGolf at some point. I don't think I can make any money off it, though. Which is a big problem. And I'd love to get back to Battle Boats at some point. I think I'd end up wanting to do Battle Boats as a progressive web app, though. Now, I could still do that in React Native, though. That's always an option. But I digress. Let's continue with what we're doing. Is it installing or is it the compiling? I mean, I know that's part of installing, but yeah, the compiling step of the installation. Yeah, I could see that. Ooh, so here's the big thing, LG. I'm doing my VENV inside of a virtual machine. Just because there was no way to install PHP 3.6 using PyEnv. Well, I mean, we were able to use PyEnv, but I wasn't able to use Poetry. I wasn't able to make it work for pipenv, and I just ran into a bunch of issues trying to do 3.6 stuff. Now, granted, we were trying to use Poetry first, and Poetry is the one that gave us issues. So maybe I could get it to work locally again. But right now, the virtual machine's getting us most of our functionality, which then means that the editor has issues. Hold on, let me try this. Python 3 version. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3 Right, so that's our local version. Pip env. How do I do this part? Oh, I'd probably want to do pip env shell. Oh. Yeah, see, this is the problem we end up getting when we try to switch to version 3.6, right? Failed to query, blah, 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 3.6m with user code pipenv 2020. So, like, our pipenv version is expecting some type of, like, annotations that we don't have support for in 3.6. So because of that, we can't even switch into the virtual environment locally. So that's why we ended up doing the virtual machine. If you've seen this error before and you know how to fix it, let me know, but again, I think we're running into the issue that 3.6 is deprecated and unsupported by basically everything now, besides us. And that does make things a bit tricky. No, our system Python is 3.11. It is impossible to install 3.6 through Brew. We tried that, didn't work. They don't support it. We do pyenv. I don't think it's version. Hold on. What's the command? Right, our pyenv global is 3.6. So pyenv would give us this, and, you know, we could do pyenv shell, probably. Hold on. I think I need to... Oh, that wasn't it. Oh, because pipenv didn't work. Hold on. Yeah, let me get back there. Oh. Oh, hold on. I gotta do this part manually. Gotcha, gotcha. And it's 2 carats, right? One carat would overwrite the file, 2 carats appends, correct? I've made this mistake too many times. I don't want to mess it up. Okay. Yeah, see, so this is just the issue we've been having. Oh, I could set... Okay, hold on. So I need to do shell 3.6.15. How do I get into the shell? We'll find out. Oh, hold on. Nope. Yeah, so, I don't know. Something is cursed about our local environment. I think the VM is the way to go. What do you mean by activate? Which command would that be? It'd be nice if we could configure Visual Studio Code to actually use that virtual machine. But I'm tired of fighting my editor tooling. I don't care. All right, we'll run Flake 8 manually inside the VM and call it good. Right? Yeah, maybe LG. I just don't think it's worth it. I think we've already spent too much time trying to deal with Python dev environment stuff. You know, I think it'll be for minimal gain. I'll resolve linter errors by hand. I don't mind. Flake 8 within our virtual environment should also be able to just automatically fix a bunch of stuff for us, right? What up, 11's Ghost? How you doing? An update alternatives command? What would that be for? And I think you mean Mac OS, not iOS, but I knew what you meant. Right? Like, we've already spent too much time on this. We can just be productive. Yeah, I'm not sure, Attack Penguin. I don't know. D&D in the pub tonight? Oh, interesting. Is that like just a standard pub, or is it like a pub that typically does like board games and stuff? Because I've seen those like board game pubs before. There's a few in Seattle. Okay, so they host board games twice a week. Are those on the same night as D&D? Or is D&D like a specific night? I would guess that they're the same night. Yeah, exactly. It sounds cool. Especially because, like, you don't got to bring people to your home. You know? I'm one of those people that just doesn't have guests. I don't have guests. No, into my home? Maybe if I had a house with, like, dedicated, like, you know, public rooms. Sure. But right now, my living room is my bedroom because the other room is my storage room and this room is my stream room. So, yeah, I've got my bed in my living room, like, 10 feet from my kitchen. No guests because too small. Makes sense. Yeah, here's the worst part. Like, if I were to try and do, like, live in a house, I'd be over in, like, Leavenworth type area, right? Like, other side of the mountains. Probably wouldn't have that many guests either, you know? Just because most of the people I know are tech people that live in Seattle. At this point. I haven't kept up with any of my snowboard friends besides, like, my closest one. Yeah, exactly, 11s, right? Like, after you bring people over, you gotta clean up, too. Before you bring people over, you gotta clean up. Like, yeah, there's just too much cleaning when you have guests. Anyone else, when they're about to have a guest, like, do the mad dash of cleaning their house for, like, an hour or two? And even then, it still looks a bit messy? They come in, it's like, oh, it looks messy in here. Yeah, the panic vacuum. Exactly. Yeah. Yep, 100%. That's a very human thing. Don't feel like you're weird for that. I think most people do that. Who the hell keeps a clean house all the time? Ugh. Ah, there you go, Tech Penguin. Yeah, touche. That's only... Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I get it. You just need to get yourself a girlfriend that's as much of a slob as we are, right? Easy. Boom. Nailed it. No, there are actually people that keep their homes immaculate. It's insane to me. Like literally insane to me. Typically, there are people that had parents that were very strict about cleanliness as well. So it's hereditary insanity. All right, let's continue this function. We haven't done this in a bit. Like a compulsive cleaner? Yeah, makes sense. I come from a family of basically hoarders. You see my grandparents' book collection. You see my my uncle's comic book collection. You should see the collection of paper, like, grocery bags that my dad collected. Right? Who here has, like, a large collection of paper grocery bags? Me too. I use them for recycling. Right? All my cans and stuff go in paper bags. And then just, you know, throw them in the recycling bin. Oh, you're talking about the plastic bags? Yeah, I'm always worried about, like, grocery plastic bags because they tend to have holes in them. Right? Because they're low-quality plastic. Okay, you double up. There you go. Smart. Smart. Right, so this error is actually nested. Look up error, and we don't get that auto-completion, so that's fine. Oh, great. We totally broke our auto-completion. Yeah, so 11's Ghost, here in Washington, it's actually illegal to do plastic bags. Either you bring a reusable bag or you get a paper bag and you have to pay for it. I think it's typically like 35 cents or some bullshit. I consistently forget to bring a reusable bag. I've been better about it lately. I didn't have any reusable bags. I brought back a Target bag from React Summit, and React Summit actually, you know, gave a reusable bag too. It's not very big, but, you know, when I go to the grocery store, it's for, like, smaller stuff. I mean, you can bring a backpack to the grocery store if you want to get, like, looked at like you're trying to steal everything. Sure. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. They're right there in your trunk, but you wander into the store and you're way too lazy to go back out. Reusable and free to replace if broken. Oh, that's kind of cool, 11's Ghost. The bag for life thing. I like that. It depends on where you live. It's okay at the grocery store. They're not going to kick you out, but you're going to get every single employee looking at you funny. I mean, at least in, like, a heavily populated area. If you're out in the boonies, no one cares. Gotcha. If you're wearing a backpack, people assume that you're stuffing shit in it that you don't want to pay for. That's true, too. Yeah. So the size of your foldable or reusable bag, yeah. Oh, we definitely have employees. There's just less of them. The grocery store nearby doesn't even have a security person. It's just the employees that work there. It's not that big a deal to Tech Penguin, right? If you have an accent of any kind, you're immediately forgiven. In fact, so much so that, like, people stealing a bunch of shit should probably start faking accents. Oi, you heard the new Smiths album? It's terrific. Sorry. Have you seen SLC Punk? That's a line from that. In which, the Smiths fans, who are basically punk compared to, like, you know, mainstream music in the 80s, you know, they fake their British accents like Adrian Brody in Summer of Sam. Najee, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's a great movie. It's actually really good, if a little depressing. I love the message at the end of it. Absolutely, Void Matrix. I've even given a presentation at the Manning Rust conference online. I used Rust before it was cool, back in 2017. I remember Rust before Procedural Macros 2.0. I remember Rust before Async Await and Tokyo. But I'm a polyglot. I'm going to do the thing I need to do with whatever language makes the most sense. I'm not going to shoehorn my favorite toy into a use case that makes zero sense for it. Right? That's very much like a junior level mentality of just shoehorning your favorite toy into something. Makes sense at Tech Penguin. When I was at React Summit, me and Yanhua hung out at this one bar called Yard House that was awesome. No. Was it Yard House? No. Shit, I forget the name of that bar now. It was an awesome bar. Really cool. They had basically their entire wait staff, or not wait staff, bar staff, was like Scottish or Irish. Yeah. It is also a senior trait to have preferences? No. I disagree. Seniors use the right tool for the job. For sure. I remember when the Primogen had to use Android Studio because it made the most sense, even though he would love to keep using Neoben. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Having a preference and using it everywhere are different things. You can have preferences, but sometimes you got to go against those preferences. That's a senior mentality. Solve the problem being solved. If you disagree, I don't know if you're that senior. Void Matrix, welcome to Twitch. Fuck off, dude. Why are you so soft? Allow the streamer to rant. That's Twitch. Yeah, 1 month old account. It makes sense. right? A statement like, why is everyone so soft? That's a shit comment. That's a person I don't want to talk to. That's a person no one probably wants to talk to. And that's why they have to keep making new accounts, probably. What's up, Cinder? How you doing? Yeah, they most likely learned Rust within the past 6 months, and, you know, they're going to treat it as, like, the greatest tool ever made, rather than recognizing there are problems that it's not a good fit for. Just like every tool. Every tool has deficiencies. But whatever. I mean, can we recognize that their first comment about languages, right? Their first thing, like, have you used Rust yet? I remember my first language, or compiled language, or whatever. Seniors get shit done. They don't shoehorn their favorite toys. Deal with it. But yeah. So no, it wasn't Yard House. Yard House is like a chain. This was just like a one-off. Jianhua, do you remember what that restaurant or what that bar was? Anyway, the thing I was saying is, we were chatting with some people, and I made the mistake of being like, oh, I love your accent. Are you from Germany? And they were like, no, where? And I'm trying to remember the country they were from, but their language like their accent sounded like German enough. It was, oh shit. No, it wasn't Swiss. It's like just south of England, on the other side of the water there. No, it wasn't Austrian. Right, there's a lot of like Welsh. No. Was it Welsh? It might have been Welsh. No, I think it was Welsh. Yeah. I think they were Welsh. Southwest of England. Like, it's just barely south of England, though, right? Technically, southwest is still south. No, I get you. Yeah. No, it makes sense. I get you. But yes, they were actually... No, their accent did sound a lot like a very Americanized German to me. Right? So you're thinking of, like, people native to Wales. I'm talking about people that have visited the U.S. a lot. Right? They visit here all the time for, like, hockey stuff. Right? The people we were talking to. And at that point, their accent did sound a bit German to me. Yeah. Wales has that. There you go. Yeah, that's a good fun fact. I like that one. God, still can't get over the troll that didn't expect a streamer to rant a bit. That's so weird. It's what we do. Yeah, many different, like, dialects, right? Like, different, like, flavors of accents. For sure, exactly. Like, even England has, like, 5 or 6 different dialects just within, like, London. Oh, that makes sense, GS Falcon. Yeah. I can understand a fair bit of Spanish. My accent and my vocabulary for Spanish are terrible. I think the biggest thing about trying to learn another language is actually full immersion, right? Going to a country where you're forced to communicate. So yeah, GS Falcon. I would say try and visit the US at some point. That would probably be the quickest way to, you know, immerse yourself in the language. I am fully confident that if I were dropped into a Spanish-speaking country, given a couple weeks, I'd be able to communicate at least. Would I be fluent? No. Interesting, Doctor. Yeah, no worries, Tech Penguin. Thank you for the help. I really do appreciate it. I think there was only like 1 or 2 comments that I thought were a little like too backseaty. The rest was great. And, you know, finding those boundaries is totally worth it. No, you're good, man. Like, the rest was awesome. Thank you. I just had to push back a bit so that you can find where the boundary is. That's all, right? Yeah, good night. See you soon. And it's also a thing about streamers, like, certain streamers have different boundaries of what they consider backseating and not. I think in a lot of cases, assuming the streamer knows what they're talking about, and maybe they're just missing a little bit, is the right approach. And I need to do the same for viewers as well, right? Assume that they know and maybe they're just missing a little bit of context. So it goes both ways. For the most part, I consider backseating to be giving directives, right? Giving commands, like, hey, do this, right? That is really close to backseating. Done every once in a while, it's fine. And then also, if your suggestions, even phrased the right way, if you do them too many times back to back, that also becomes backseating. Right? So it's either frequency or phrasing. Phrasing is still a thing. What up, gents? How you doing? It's been a while. Yeah, how you doing? What are you up to? All right, and the next thing we need to do for this code before... I need more water, technically, so... Yep, I'm gonna wait to drink that whiskey. Waiting for snow? Same, man. Stevens Pass said they're gonna try and open on December 1st. It looks like they have enough snow to do, like, some basic operations, but they're not gonna be, like, fully open. Backside won't open for, like, a month, I bet. Unless we get, like, a really good storm. But yeah, so nested lookup error here. We need to take in the table name, the group ID, and the name or ID. So group, nope, this is feature. and then group ID here. So then the next little bit, this is going to be environment ID. Oh, and that is not group lookup table. This is feature lookup table. This here is going to be environment lookup table. And then instead of group name or ID, this is just self.environment. You got some bullet in the kitchen? Yeah, bullet's good. It's funny to me that in Vegas for TwitchCon, I was at some restaurant and they considered bullet like the ugh, or something. It was weird. Ooh, so Nearland, generating clients requires some kind of schema, right? We don't have an API. Right? So no, caching isn't even it, Cornflake. Like, we just don't have an API at all. There is no server that we're hitting. We're just grabbing a JSON file. So we need to actually rationalize that JSON file in the client SDKs. So all of the logic exists within the client SDKs. So there's no API we could generate things from. Right? There's no metadata within the JSON that we could generate client SDKs from. So instead, we have to write these by hand. Now, what you're talking about Nearland is we did that for Walter, but that's because Walter has an open API spec we can generate clients from. So that's a very different use case. Because this has no open API spec, this has no server that we're going to be hitting, there's no way of generating those. So instead, we have to write these by hand. So it's kind of like the opposite problem that Walter has. And if anyone out there doesn't remember what Walter is a billing service, right? Think it allows you to run the idea of a wallet. Technically, Walter is actually a walleter. It allows you to have a wallet within a system. Think if you've ever used DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean works by you adding money to your wallet, and then your usage is deducted from that wallet. In the same way that basically every mobile game out there has their own store, that wallet gets deducted from when you do a transaction from the in-game store, right? So that is the use case I'm trying to solve with Walter. It is the prepaid balance as a service, right? And I don't think there's any product actually solving that problem yet. I don't think Lago, I don't think any of the funded billing services out there actually do it. They're like, you know, I really think DigitalOcean could take what they have as a wallet system and create a whole separate product from it. But they haven't yet, so I can beat them to the punch. So that'll be the thing we end up working on after Vexilla is in a stable state. And, you know, we can get, like, adoption going, and it becomes, like, maintenance mode to, like, just update and fix bugs and stuff. Does that make sense? All right, so here's one thing I have a question of. Group ID here. Do I need to define this outside of the try except syntax? I kind of feel like our linter and language server have broken, so they're not even telling us if we have bugs now. Let me just double check this. Class foo. We are getting linting still, or at least some type of like language server stuff. So I would assume this is fine then, because they'd probably be yelling at me about this not being defined in the right context. Does that seem right? I just know in languages like JavaScript, right? Feature ID here would be block scoped, and we wouldn't have access to it outside of this block. So we need to define it ahead of time to actually get access to it. Right? I don't think we need to do that here. Oh, it would be scoped. So it's interesting to me that this isn't complaining about it. Oh, that's fine, Vaders. Yeah, I would say people familiar with Python. Do the values defined inside of a try actually bubble up to the upper scope? And we can try it. We can actually, we got a REPL going. Let's make sure. I like this idea. Okay, so it does evaluate, it does bubble up to the upper scope. It's interesting to me that we're actually getting this because it's possibly unbound. Right, okay. Right, so then if we raise exception, then this is not possibly unbound because we have broken the context with our raise. Okay. Cool. All right, so I just wanted to verify that. I do need to use the restroom, and I'm going to pour some more water, and I will be right back. So, give me just a sec. BRB. Boy. Are you saying light mode on the Replit? Whatever. I think you need the sunshine. I think you need more of a tan. I mean, you at least need some vitamin D. No, I get you. Yeah, I cover up when I'm out in the sun as well. Yeah, I don't like to tan. I got skin cancer in the family. I gotta be careful. I think only on one side, but still. Kind of scary. It's the side that I got my complexion and hair color from, so I should probably be safe about it. Alright, so I do need to actually take a vitamin D supplement. Hey, what's up, Todd? How you doing? Yeah, how was your Thanksgiving? Ooh, let me readjust. I'm sitting. Boy, there we go. Did you wear the what was it? A crab costume? Did you wear the crab costume to Thanksgiving dinner? Lobster, my bad. It's always hard to remember. Ah, you left it at home. Gotcha. Alright, so we got this function right here. The should and should custom functions we're going to leave for now, because we need to actually implement our fetching functions, right? Our getters or whatever. So those getters, what do they look like? Right, so get manifest, that takes a fetch callback, and that's it. That's the only thing it takes in. It returns a manifest. And we can implement pass for now. So that might be a thing. Let's implement all of our methods with just pass right now, and then we can actually fill in the functionality. All right, manifest is there. Cool. Set manifest. Do we have the concept of void? What's the right way to do void in Python? Do I just omit the return type? Oh, none. Right? Okay. All right, so then, ooh, we need a sync manifest. Flags, I think, is what we want there. And then, yeah, our arguments here are no good. So we got to fill those in. So get manifest takes in a fetch function. Python callback type annotation. How do we do that? Ooh, callable. Okay. To your scheme days, but less parentheses? Ooh, I mean, you could always write closure if you like parentheses. You could always write Dart if you like parentheses. All right, so callable just takes a URL, which is a stir. They're fine. I know you probably really dislike Dart because of Flutter and its questionable accessibility. Which means you're probably the best person to become a Dart expert because you could actually make it more accessible. But yeah, I've never done any closure myself, so I'm not sure. I've seen a few jobs that are looking for closure experts, which is tough. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Todd. Yeah, I'm not actually that like gung-ho on needing to code TypeScript or any language I'm familiar with, but companies typically won't hire you unless you have the experience in the language they're looking for. So that's a little tough. Ooh, this syntax, no good. So callable looks like these are the arguments and this is the return type. Okay. Exactly, yeah. Alright, so fetch becomes a callable that takes in a stir and outputs a stir. I can't actually name this, though? No, I can't. Alright. Stir or sturgeon. There you go. Yeah, it makes sense, Todd. All right, so get manifest and sync manifest take that, as well as get flags and sync flags. However, get flags actually takes an extra thing. Get flags needs to have the group namer ID. what's up, Fisheran? I mean, are you looking for the general project? Are you unaware about what Vexilla is? We got a command for that. If you're looking for what we're doing today, right? The title is a big part of it. We wrote most of our types out, besides exceptions, and, you know, now we need to do the Python functionality for it. So yeah, I'd say check out that command for Vexilla, and that should help you out a bit. If you have other questions about it after, you know, checking some of those links and reading that command, happy to answer it. But I want to make sure that I don't get burnt out saying the same thing over and over again. So yeah, if you do have questions after reading those other things, just let me know. I always find that interesting when I've already done the command for someone and then they do it again. But maybe you're on mobile where, like, you know, Nightbot already, like, pushed out the other stuff and scrolling up is too much work. I don't know. Just guessing. All right, so real quick. We've got these. I find it interesting that this is not saying that we haven't used it. So the big thing, Zinth, is Unleash requires running a server. There is no server for this. This is just a static file. Right? And all of the logic is actually within the SDKs for the clients for various languages. Yeah, exactly. So this is trying to avoid having to run a server and make sure it scales and supports the amount of users you have, right? Every service you have to spin up as your own server is something you have to maintain. Whereas I doubt you're going to take down S3 or CloudFront, right? If S3 goes down, you got bigger problems. The world has bigger problems. So that's the idea. Giving startups and solopreneurs and hobbyists a way of still doing feature flags at a somewhat cheap level, right? Now, typically, cheap is not a moat, but my language support is. Because we have no server to operate, client SDKs are the entirety of my logic. That means that maintaining more languages via first-party SDKs becomes a moat that other services just don't have because they only have their, like, preferred languages. And I can branch out and support even more. Because, again, I don't have to maintain a server or an API. I just have to maintain a schema. And then the SDKs for it. So I think language support is my moat. Right? The thing that separates me from other libraries. Oh, yeah. I know Sultan Burnham. We've chatted. We've hung out a bunch. Yeah, for sure. He's using Split.io. Eventually, I'd love to convince him to just use Vexilla. But I don't think it's ready yet. He used to work for Split.io, so that's why he's a little, you know, opinionated towards it. I think I could convince him otherwise. Yep. Yeah. I consider him a friend at this point. He's been following the stream. He's been chatting and hanging out for ages. Very cool dude. Very fun to hang out with. I got to actually meet him in person at Chain React, and that was awesome. Yeah, he's a really good dude. I really hope he can land somewhere dev advocate-wise. Yeah, he's really cool. He's awesome. Very fun to chat with. Very fun to, like, drink and hang out with after, like, you know, events and stuff. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, he even did, I'm pretty sure, like, an accessibility-focused talk at Chain React. And that keeps reminding me that, yes, I have some domains I want to pass to Gant, who is, CEO or CTO of Infinite Red. I forget what his title is, but yeah, he wants to do like a conference about holding conferences. And I have some domains that I think are really good for that. So yeah, I need to transfer those to him, basically. I just keep forgetting. So yeah, I need to do that soon. I'll make that happen. I'll send that email or Twitter message. Because, right, like, have you seen a conference that talks about holding conferences? I think there's all sorts of companies that could sponsor that in a way, right? Like, you know, like swag companies. CIO, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I consider, oh my god, Jamin. I consider Jamin a friend now, too. I mean, it's thanks to him I even got to go to Chain React. Exactly. I think it's ripe. I think it's a ripe idea. I have confconf.dev and confconf.com, I think, as well. And yeah, I'd happily just transfer those to him. If only just to, like, maybe hopefully be able to be a part of, like, the organizing committee, etc., so I can get experience at organizing a conference. I think that'd be really cool. But yeah, just think about, like, all the companies that would benefit from that as well, right? Merchandise companies, right? Telecommute, like, online type conferences, etc. You know, so like Zoom or any of those companies that are specializing in online stuff. Yep, totally. There's, like, a lot of room for that as, like, sponsorship and getting it held. And also, I think there's a lot of, like, conference organizers there with a lot of knowledge to be able to pass on to other people that would care about what putting on a conference is like. Personally, I think online would be the move first. But I trust Gant to be confident enough that if he thinks it would be a good in-person conference, then yeah, totally. But yeah, I would really like to get my foot in the door of helping organize a conference of some kind. Right? Even if I'm, like, you know, not even close to, like, at the top level of the committee or whatever BS. Just being involved, right? I want experience like that. You're forming a conference for the Phoenix area. Okay. Yeah, like, specifically about what? What would be the main topic? Yeah, K-Bray's interested too, for sure. I think single track is the only way to go, personally. Right? You end up giving people a lot of FOMO based upon, like, what they end up missing. Right? So I think single track is the only way to go. Now, if you want to make sure that more people get a voice, having a remote day like React Summit did it, oh my god, yeah, I think that's really awesome, actually. I think it's a very good approach. I think the organizers of Cascadia JS would even, like, take that into consideration too. Right? Because there's so many people that propose talks that you could just record ahead of time, edit it ahead of time, right? and then you have, like, enough people from various companies still promoting their thing, but you have, like, your single track other day that's in person that people spend money to go to. You have your after party, all that. And then just another day of remote stuff. I really like the way React Summit did that. I think it's a very, very good approach. Because most, like, organizers will tell you it's a tough problem to try and, like, pick and choose the talks for an event, because there's always so many good, like, proposals. So just, like, general, like, JS or tech, etc. Yeah, Todd, let me know when you're planning that. I'll propose some talks. Are you thinking, like, workshop stuff as well? Because I actually want to start trying to do workshop stuff, too. I proposed a workshop for, React Miami. I might try and propose one for Render ATL as well. It'll be AST focused. Yeah, sounds good, Todd. For sure, man. If I have a job at the time, I'd even just go to hang out. Just to meet you in person, actually. That'd be awesome. Yeah, for sure. Hold on. Yeah, so you just mentioned Sultan Burnham? His tweet right here grabbed my attention. It was, yo, in record time, I applied to a gig in less than an hour. Got the rejection email. LOL. I actually really appreciate that. I think that's cool. Right? They don't leave you hanging in limbo. Yeah, it's really good. Nothing back coffee and coding? Ooh, that's a bummer. Yeah, that's a shame, man. They didn't even send you an email saying, like, hey, we decided to go with someone else, or, like, you know, we're not gonna pursue it at this point. I'm fine with that. Ah, yeah, unprofessional in Australia. I can understand that. They kind of have a captive audience. No. There are plenty of companies I haven't heard anything back from, and probably I don't expect to hear anything back from. At this point, like, it's so many weeks later that, no, they're just not going to reply. And I do kind of judge the company for that. I'm not going to name them. But yeah, ghosting is a very popular thing here in the US. The companies that actually respond, yeah, they are awesome in my book. I would happily reapply to them. I would happily be on their list if they want to email me in the future or something, right? Awesome. Yes, a company that responds somewhat quickly, right? And when I say somewhat quickly, within 2 weeks, that's fine. That said, I've had companies email me like 3 months later saying they're going to pass. Huh. No. So, like, even a generic rejection message is better than no message. Right, Foxtrot? Like, come on. Like, way better. I heavily respect a company that sends you anything. Right? That is way better. That is awesome of them. That is the right thing to do. Even if they don't want to, like, hire you, just letting you know about that. That is the right thing to do. So yeah, I heavily respect it. Yeah, bot rejection is better than nothing. Even if it's a copy and paste message, better than nothing. That might be a legitimate, like, service. Or application. An application that ranks the application process to companies, right? Just based upon whether they reject you or send you an email or whatever. It's a very, like, binary, just yes or no. Did they notify you or did they ghost you? Ghosted.dev. Boom, nailed it. All right, it's taken. Registered in 2021. No, so Todd Libby, the bot is a legal thing, right? They do it to protect themselves. They have to do the bot rejection to protect themselves from liability of maybe saying the wrong thing. I don't think that the bot rejection is a problem at all, right? They have to protect themselves legally. By not personalizing the message, they are doing exactly what they need to legally to make sure that you can't claim discrimination in any way or whatever, right? So, no, like, the bot rejection is actually the absolutely right thing to do from the corporation's perspective. Right? So I don't think that's a problem. Just letting you know. What if they did the 5 rounds and then ghosted you? Yes, I've actually interviewed at companies where I think I did 2 or 3 rounds and heard nothing after the fact. Didn't even get a, hey, yeah, no thank you. Just crickets. That is the worst. That's the absolute worst. That's a company that should be at the very bottom of whatever service we spin up, right? Now, I get you, Foxtrot. Like, it's tough. At this point, there are streamers that will do resume review. Are you aware of streamers that do resume review? It's not content I like or enjoy or would ever watch myself, but it is valuable. Okay, so one sec. Melky has done resume review. Oh, wait. Oh, it's just Melky now. He does resume review from time to time. It's not every day. James Quick, does he stream? I guess he streams on YouTube, doesn't he? Yeah, if you have a link, feel free to paste it, Todd. Stragger is banned at the moment. I think he should be unbanned soon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he does it. He does stream here? Okay. And hold on, Todd. I need to do this for Graham as well. There you go. Boom. We don't want to drag him through the mud. It was for doxing. Someone said the person they doxed totally deserved it. Again, I don't know the story. We don't want to actually, like, dig too far into it. It is what it is. It's not permanent. We'll see Stragger back again. He has a great stream. And then the other stream I want to shout out that also does resume review content is... Shit, I'm going to forget the number. Oh, he got leaked and then he did a revenge leak? Still kind of tough. Oh, he has something on his Twitter. Yes, exactly. I would say check out his Twitter for any of that info. Yeah, I don't know, Baffle. Again, we don't want to dig too far into it. It is what it is. He'll be back. He has a good stream. He does great content. Ian Douglas, 716? I always forget his number. I know he likes the number, but I think the number does him a disservice. $736, not $716. Oh, thank you, Toaster. Yeah. Oh, if I could spell. And yeah, no worries, Todd. Yeah. Welcome. Mod of the Bong Table. I added Graham too. Yeah. Yeah, hold up. Do I even follow James? I know I follow him on Twitter. Oh, I do. Yeah. I guess I don't see his stream very often. Must be a time zone thing. Central? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I've just missed it. That's on me. what up, Goatmeal? Yeah, how you doing? I'm doing well. We're hanging out. We're ranting a bit. You know, it's a Twitch stream. It's what we do here. We do need to implement the signature of these functions, so we should do that. Yeah, exactly, Goatmeal. And yeah, what are you up to, Drero? Mr. Sir. Yeah, good to see you. Late night working for you? Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put in some late night working tonight. I'm not even sure I'll have a chance to game. But yeah, I have a YouTube video I need to finish. It involves so much editing of just like, you know, the right like screenshot overlay stuff. And then I gotta color correct it. Then I gotta do a little bit to the microphone because there's a little bit of like background noise. Editing is such a hassle. But it's worth it. Last podcast interview episode? Nice. No, I do it myself, Drero. Thank you for the sub. Aw, thank you. Yeah, no, I do my own editing because I can't afford to pay someone for that stuff yet. Ooh, and yeah, all of this ends up needing self-pass to it. I forgot about that. You didn't think of the smell. Yeah, exactly, Todd. Yeah, it's expensive. If you're not making that per episode or per video or whatever, it's tough. Yeah, I really do want to know numbers. I might even reach out to like Flip Media just like to understand what the pricing would be like. They would probably not want me to publicize that number though. Yeah, sponsors would be the right way to do that. Yep, for sure. Right, like the Theo way too, right? He makes a lot from sponsored content. I don't think it's always obvious what is sponsored and what isn't. Again, that's up to him. I'm not trying to like throw any blame there. It's between him and the SEC or FCC. I think it's FCC, right? That's between him and the FCC. Not my problem. Try using Descript. I mean, Descript is great for subtitles and stuff. But no, like for what I'm doing, the editing I'm doing is like, you know, showing like code snippets, etc. Because the way I record a video is just talking into a camera. I don't do the Theo thing where he records from his live stream. I'd rather do like curated videos. Now, granted, I will have videos about like reacting to things, etc. I've got like months worth of like news crawl content that I need to go through. So yeah, I believe there will be videos I can extract from the news crawl content. I just haven't done it yet. But I need to prioritize that. I need to prioritize the YouTube channel. That's a great way to do it, Todd. I think Descript does the subtitle thing better than any other tool. And yeah, my inexperience with Descript has led me to think that it didn't do certain things right. No, I was just using it wrong. There's totally like a way to insert your own subtitles that I was just missing. But it's not exactly obvious, and I think they have a user experience problem that way. I'm gonna guess, Todd, do you swear much? Because if you do swear a bit, you might want to pass your audio through auto bleep. I'm guessing you don't swear much, though. I do swear a lot, so I need to pass all of my YouTube videos, not YouTube videos, but maybe news crawl stuff, through auto bleep. So all I do is I wrap whisper timestamped. I look for the timestamps of swear words you use, and I just, you know, insert like the bleep sound over that automatically. Yeah. When you're streaming, it's really hard. When you're recording a video or a podcast, it's kind of easy, right? Because you can put yourself into that shoe. When you're streaming, it's a lot tougher. Yeah, it's a really fun project. It's just Whisper timestamped and FFmpeg. And bam, done. This is one of the tools I even used to evaluate if ChatGPT was worth it to me. It was fairly miserable at delivering a real FFmpeg command. It gave me a little bit of what I needed, but then I had to go actually format it properly and like build it out properly. Right? The thing that ChatGPT was giving me was not valid. And when I told it was wrong, all it did was add a trailing comma to like arguments. And when I told it, hey, that didn't work, it removed the trailing comma. So yeah, instead I had to go read the docs and understand what they were looking for, but it did give me at least a good starting point of understanding what arguments mattered, and, you know, then I just had to go look it up in the FFmpeg docs. So again, ChatGPT is useful, but not perfect. Yeah, FFmpeg is an awesome, amazing, valuable tool. The docs are not perfect, though. And what am I sipping on, Krail? And hold on, is that the right way to say your name? Is it Krail or Crawl? Or something else? Just let me know. Try and like spell it out phonetically, and I'll try and say it properly. But what am I sipping on? It is whiskey to there, water to the rest, and then lemonade mix. And I am trying to pace myself these days. I've been pretty good about it. I don't think I've overdone it for a couple months now. Now, granted, whenever I say that, it leads to me overdoing it, but I think we're good today. Krail or crawl both work. Is there one you prefer? I can remember this. It'll take you showing up at least a couple times within the next few days. And I got it. So just let me know. Like, is there one you prefer? Right? It's your name. Crawley. Crowley? I think you still need to figure out, like, the phonetic spelling for that. Is it Crawley? Craley? Craley? There's a lot of ways to do that. Yeah, exactly. So what would be the phonetic spelling of the Crawley? Or Crawley, or Craley, or Crowley? Ooh, it could even be Crowley. Ooh. Alright, so now you gotta, like... Nah, you don't gotta do it. So it's Crawley. Is it Crawley or Crowley? Right? Where should I throw the emphasis? And that's what I mean by phonetic spelling. Like, yeah, if you were to Google your name in Wikipedia, how would they try and spell it? All right, so Crowley. All right, thank you. Crawley. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, that's literally what phonetic spelling is. I guess when I tell people phonetic spelling, they don't actually know what I mean. So then, how would Wikipedia spell your name? It's a good point. Yeah, I feel like we're in a spelling bee. Can I get the country of origin? I like that. Good call, Goatmeal. It wouldn't help me because I don't know, but someone who is familiar with Swedish pronunciation and spelling would probably know better. Fuck if I know. But yeah, still worth knowing. Thank you for letting me know how to pronounce your name. I really like that. Thank you. So many people just resigned to, like, letting me pronounce it wrong. Shit! That's it. Oh, Baffleturd. When I was talking earlier about the people that I thought were German, they were Danish, not Welsh. Shit. They were Danish, not Welsh. Fuck. All right. No, I messed that one up. Yeah, they were Danish. Right, and Danish American accent versus German American accent, somewhat similar. I wouldn't say exactly the same, but somewhat similar. It wasn't the Welsh, it was Danish. So I fucked that one up. Yeah, they were Danish. No, I get that, Baffleturd. What I'm saying is, if you don't remember, I said, "Oh, where are you from, Germany?" And they almost got offended. And then said, "No, we're Danish." But they're American, like, them speaking English sounded very similar to how, like, a German English speaker would also phrase it. Right? Some of the accents and the way certain words were pronounced. It did sound German to me. But maybe that was the whiskey? It was probably the whiskey. Dreher, you saying just simply like how universal and awesome this this channel's chat is? Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of that is that I used to stream really early in the morning that actually catered towards like European time zones. So I think a lot of you regulars are actually from that time. Ooh, goat meal. I haven't had any cannabis for like a week or two. Not for a reason. I just haven't felt compelled to take a toke, and I've actually been having some crazy dreams lately. Did I really enjoy the crazy dreams? Your kidneys hurt from the whiskey? I mean, that just means you needed more water. Yeah, if you get kidney issues from whiskey, no, that means you need more water. That's not the whiskey's fault. I mean, it's slightly the whiskey's fault, but yeah, if you just chug a glass of water between whiskeys, you're good to go. Your liver is the one that hurts from the whiskey. And your liver is one of the only organs that is able to repair itself. Ooh, so yeah, Crawley, I would say at that point you're not consuming enough salt. Yeah, you need salt to be able to actually retain water. So I would say your amount of salt might have been your issue. If you're not mixing anything with salt into your whiskey, well, yeah, that's the problem. But again, I don't know. Everybody's body is different. I wouldn't say salty water, but maybe. Sure. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Don't listen to me. But yeah, no worries, Baffleturd. Yeah, enjoy your scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs and then bed? Ooh. You're gonna be farting under the covers and waking yourself up from it. No, it's not the noise from the fart. I mean the smell. You didn't think of the smell. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna do some fried chicken tonight. That sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, no worries, Val. Have a good one. Yep, have a good night. Crawley, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. That's what I appreciates about you. Well, and can I say real quick, I'm a little sad that I finished Dave the Diver. That game was so fucking good. Like, so good. I almost want to say Dave the Diver is Game of the Year over Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. Dave the Diver is an amazing game. The soundtrack, like, everything about it is perfect. I actually really like Dave the Diver, and I would rank it higher than Baldur's Gate 3. I would. I totally would. Right? Oh yeah, BG3 is amazing as well. I'm not saying BG3 is bad. I'm just saying I would rank Dave the Diver higher. There's something just so relaxing and awesome about it. I forgot to thumbs that up. Ooh, Spider-Man 2. I'm gonna have to wait till it makes it to Steam, because I don't have a PS5. You're having some coffee? Ooh, fun. Oh shit, I keep forgetting that you're on a totally different time zone, Bob. You're on +8, I'm on -8. We got a 16-hour difference between us? That's gnarly. Wait, so GMT +8, is that Germany? No. That's gotta be like India, right? I forget. I feel like you've told me, and I'm sorry for forgetting. Yeah, where are you from, if you're willing to say? If not, don't worry about it. Southeast Asia. Okay. Okay. But not Pacific Islands, so is that... Do you mean like Hong Kong, like China? Or do you mean more like Polynesia? Malaysia. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. I think I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry, Bob. I'm almost positive you've told me before. So yeah, sorry for forgetting. That's right. You prefer not to mention it. Yeah. I make Zoolander jokes. Yeah. I definitely remember making that joke over in gaming stream now. I definitely remember making that joke over in gaming stream. Yeah, sorry about that. Hold on. Let me do one more thing here. Hold on. Let me look at one thing.
You need at least 9 to 10 hours of sleep to function. +2 in Stockholm, that's further east. You're going to work in 6+ hours? Oh, shit. Yeah, I would say get some sleep, man. Yeah, I told myself I was going to wake up early today. I went to sleep at like 4 and woke up at 11:30. So, yeah, that didn't happen. All right, let's keep going. So raw manifest equals fetch URL. So here, this is where I need to do like the pedantic parsing, right? More productive once Slack stops pinging. Yeah, exactly. You wake up at 5 a.m., Cinder. Damn. Which is gnarly, because you were up late with us last night, weren't you? Maybe it was 2 nights ago. I think it was a couple nights ago. But holy shit. Do you take naps during the day? I could see that working with a good nap. You only sleep 4 hours? Okay. Do you take naps? Because 4 hours with naps works. Like, totally works. That's basically the biphasic sleep cycle. And that absolutely does work. Like, it totally works. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Nailed it. I knew. All right, so what's the right way to... What's the right way to parse this stuff? Playlist? You got music for us? Come on, man. Oh, I think LangChain is not it. Yes, we're doing the base model thing here. Oh, shit. Okay. So I need to do the parse raw. My sweaters inspired you? Yeah, the pizza hoodie speaks for itself. Right? It's pretty good. It's actually amazing. Ooh, here's my next question. What do I eat for dinner tonight? Do I do chow mein or fried chicken? Usually wake up at 5 a.m., so the timing of my streams is pretty great. Interesting, Bob. Okay. Chow mein? Ooh, yeah. No, I'm not doing sushi. Sushi's expensive. Sushi's like $20 for a meal that barely fills up. Chow mein, I'd cook myself. And it's a pretty solid meal. And I did just wash all the dishes I would need to do so. I do need to go thaw the pork if I were going to do so. Yeah, so goat meal. Currently, I am fun employed. So I need to be a bit frugal. Both things I mentioned I can do very cheaply. Chow mein? Alright, alright. Yeah, I'm currently fun employed. Let me go use the restroom and thaw some pork. It's going to be a pork chow mein. Oh, it's fine, goat meal. Yeah. So is Algo Bro. I believe he is by choice. I am by layoff. Company I was working at had to do a reduction in force. Like, I feel like 10 people got the axe at a company that only had so many people. Bob, are you sure? I'm pretty sure Algo was somewhat by choice. I mean, that's partly because he had like a grievance scheduled with him. And based on the grievance, he was let go. But he was planning on leaving anyway, right? I don't know. I don't know his story. But yeah, I get it. I believe he has enough saved up that he's not stressing about it. I don't. I have a few months. I have unemployment insurance, etc. that I can use. But I do need a job here again. So. From my understanding, he's not actually looking anymore. I am. But we'll see. I gotta use the restroom. I am gonna be having pork with my chow mein. It's a delicious chow mein dish. And yeah, I just need to go get it thawing. So, BRB, see you in a sec. I gotta use the restroom and, you know, throw this pork into some water in the fridge. So, see you in just a little bit. Oh, thanks, Crawley. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, as far as the job goes, you know, I'm confident I'll get something. My face has always been on the statue since like 3 or 4 years ago. I actually forget the name of the viewer that provided that. So it hasn't always, but for the past like years or so, yes. For the first like year, maybe year and a half, my face was not on it. And then at that point, they were like, hey, what resolution are you at? And I told them 1920 by 1080. And they were like, hey, so I got an image for you. No, Crawley, that sounds awful, and I would not do a job like that. I would move to Ohio with the savings I have before I do something like that. And I could live very cheaply in Ohio. Shit, I could probably even do like South Dakota or some shit. There are plenty of places I could move to that would be extremely cheap to live. Or I could even like probably buy property. Montana, another place, right? But that's a tough thing to do. Right? I'd be leaving all the friends I have here in Washington. I'd be leaving all the snowboarding I have here in Washington. I'd be leaving so much that it's yeah, that would be a really tough decision. Sure, Goatmeal. Anywhere I could live for less than $1,000 a month would be huge. Shit, anywhere I could live for less than $2,000 a month would be huge. I'm currently living in a place where the rent is $3,000, and then utilities and other stuff on top is like, you know, I'm probably paying like $3,500. Yeah, the market is very different in the EU. 1K a month seems like not much, but when you think about how much EU salaries are, 1K a month is quite a bit. Yeah, proportionally, I'd be paying the same thing. Yeah, no. Moving somewhere cheap is the goal eventually. Yeah, I get it, Goatmeal. Exactly. Yep. I could most likely get a remote role that would be less than I was making previously, but I'd be paying so much less, and I could probably buy property for so much less. But again, I wouldn't be snowboarding, would I? That's a problem. That would be a bit of a problem. All right, so setting a manifest. Syncing a manifest is actually pretty simple. Dr. Drero, I'm not young. I'm very much not young. So there's that. But, yeah, Austria for snowboarding sounds great. What up, Efficacy? How you doing? I haven't been called young for a long time. Young at heart. Yeah, I'll take that one. Ooh, Dr. Drero, I'm definitely not that one. I am definitely not young in liver. I'm basically geriatric in snowboarder years. All right, so we need to actually, like, do some of these methods. We got this. But yeah, I could move to, like, Montana or South Dakota or, you know, like, even North Dakota. Yeah, I'm, like, 98 in liver years, for sure. But yeah, like, Montana could be a move. I've actually seen very similar, like, prices if I move to Leavenworth here in Washington, though, right? So, Leavenworth in Washington versus, like, you know, Whitefish, Montana. Pretty comparable. But I would expect actually, like, better internet out in Leavenworth. So, I don't know. Like, that one's tough. I definitely want to move somewhere that has, like, gigabit internet. I'm spoiled, okay? You're getting ready for a move from New Jersey to San Diego? San Diego. Oh, Dr. Drero, you know I hate that song with a passion, right? I want to make some song that, like, lampoons every single fucking, like, low-effort bullshit song. Right? Right? The Hello Seattle, like, New York, like, type songs. Like, dude, that is such pandering bullshit music. I need to make a song that, like, really parodies all that bullshit. I need to write a song that says how I feel. Because those people fucking suck. Hello, Seattle. Like, right? Dude, that motherfucker made a killing off it just based upon people that live in Seattle and like to listen to songs that promote where they live. That is so vapid. That is so fucking shallow. I hate it so much. Right? It's like that song by Phantom Planet, California. I hate that song so much. It's pandering. It's fully pandering. Here we come! Like, dude, the worst. That is probably the worst pandering song. Some of the New York ones are pretty bad. Yeah, the dude that wrote the original Country Roads never lived in West Virginia. Come on. Yeah, the OC is actually, like, really popular for, like, their pandering songs. And, of course, the worst fucking pinback song is the one they used. Fortress? Fortress fucking sucks. That song sucks. Ugh. It's not the worst pinback song, but it's a bad one. Hold on. Take it there. Noon Mall. I know what you meant with that term, but that, like, referring to human beings as monkeys is actually like a dog whistle at this point. So, I mean, I'm sorry. Referring to them as Neanderthals would have been a better statement. I'm sorry, I really don't like using monkeys as a term for people, especially due to, like, the negative connotations over history. So I'd like to avoid that one, please. I know you didn't mean it that way. I'm willing to, like, at least assume you didn't mean it that way. To refer to unevolved people, just call them Neanderthals and we're good. Hominid. That's also a good one, right? But yeah, like, I feel like referring to people as that animal has been co-opted by hate groups too much. Right? By people that are basically Neanderthals themselves. Yeah. Like, seriously. Noonmal. Like, not saying we have a problem. I'm just saying, yeah, right? Like, that term has been co-opted by hate groups too much. Whereas Neanderthals hasn't yet. Because I feel like the hate groups can barely pronounce it because they are Neanderthals themselves. Again, Goatmeal, that second term you're using, I think still skirts the line of terms that have been co-opted by terrible people. When instead, can we just use a word that they can barely pronounce? Because they are equally unevolved? Yes. Now, I get it, Goatmeal. Like, that's all I'm getting at, right? The most unevolved of us have used animal terms to refer to other people for far too long. And they are terribly unevolved themselves. All right, so for this manifest function, right, set manifest will let go. There's actually a bunch of logic we need to do. I mean, there's no way to edit. I could remove your comment if you want it. Yeah, I can just delete it. We're good there. As long as you're okay with that. I'm sorry if you didn't want it deleted, but yeah, there's no way to edit. No, that was me. I did that. Yeah, you're good. For sure, Goatmeal. I know you didn't mean it that way. I do think it's worth policing the terms that we're all more conscious of it, though. So, yeah. Yeah, no worries, Goatmeal. For sure. I know you mean well. I just want to make sure we're not dog whistling to the wrong fucking people. Exactly. Thank you. All right, so let's continue. Yeah. I mean, I know. Like, I'm enough of a jerk. I would ban the fuck out of him. Yeah, Crawley, like, dude, there are terrible people in the world that have co-opted enough terms that we should just not use them because they are absolutely like dog whistles. And if you don't know what a dog whistle is in this context, it's something they say that other people might not necessarily hear. A dog whistle is at a frequency that a human being won't hear it, but dogs will hear it. When you take that term and apply it to hate groups, yes, they have terms they use to recognize each other that other people won't recognize. The OK symbol has actually been co-opted. So now it's not necessarily a good thing to use it. Which bums me out, because it's a great symbol if the assholes didn't use it. But they did, so we got to stop using it, right? Right? So much of our language is so malleable, and we can create new words that when the assholes take a word from us, we can just make a new one. It's fine. When the assholes take a gesture from us, we can just make a new one, right? Thumbs up. Totally fine, right? Totally implies okay. Without being a dog whistle for the assholes. Ooh, maybe Insanities. Yeah, I don't know that one either. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, dog whistle is a good term to describe exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to hide in plain sight using terms that we might not necessarily be aware of or even hear, but they hear it, you know, because they're trying to communicate with each other in broad daylight. Makes sense, Drero. Yeah. Dog whistle is a very popular, like, term here in the US for exactly what we described it as. Dog fooding? Yeah, that's totally good. Yeah. Dog fooding is exactly what every company should be doing. You should be using your product internally to make sure it's, like, you know, worthwhile and useful. I will be using Vexilla on every product I ever make that needs feature flags, you know? Totally. I get it. Absolutely. Yeah, dog fooding and dog whistles are not related in any way other than the fact that it deals with dogs. It's not anything about dogs, right? Drero, you're missing the point if you think it's literally about dogs themselves. A dog whistle is simply about the frequencies in which our hearing range can operate. Normal people can't hear a dog whistle. Dogs can. Loaded language. There you go. That's probably the better term. Do I plan on having paid features for Vexilla? No, I mean, so the only way I plan on implementing a paid feature for Vexilla is A/B testing, right? Like measurement, etc. Using Vexilla as a baseline for measuring the results of your feature flags, yes, I could establish a cloud platform for that. I could even establish an open source thing for that you could host yourself that I would establish a cloud platform on top of. But that is so far beyond what we need to do first. My instinct is that some company will try to acquire Vexilla as a funnel for their platform before I even make it towards the cloud aspect. And if some company wants to buy me for $2 million, like, I will take it. As long as they allow Vexilla to stay open source. I think so too, Bob. I really think the number of first-party SDKs as a moat is important. I think it's valuable. For sure. Yeah. Whether it's a valid moat, right? I don't know. I have no idea. Keep in mind, Bob, right? My entire business model is not proven yet. At all. This entire thing could fail and make me zero money. I still think it's a tool I would end up using because I don't want to pay for some feature flagging tool, you know? So bare minimum, if I want to do feature flagging in the future, I'll be using Vexilla. Yeah, 1000%. There's not a single other feature flagging tool I would consider using beyond what I've already made, you know? So if all of this has only been for my own benefit, there's still value there, and I'm okay with it. So Drero, yes, I benefit also from just being able to make things in various other languages. Absolutely, right? I benefit from doing all this. If none of this as a business goes anywhere, I am still better as a developer for making it. That's awesome, right? I love that. Yeah, so K-Bray, I do actually plan on modifying the license to a non-commercial license, right? Open for anyone using it, but if you want to fork it and use it internally, you at least can't build your own business on top of it. Yeah, I will probably do some type of business-focused license rather than just pure MIT. At this point, though, someone could fork it. Sure. That's fine. I still think I have a moat of me being able to support the languages that we support. Whereas a company trying to fork it and do so, how much do we think it would cost them year on year to maintain a fork? Millions. Yeah, exactly, K-Bray. Use it, absolutely. But you can't host a cloud version of it on my good effort, right? I think that would at least be a valid licensing thing. So yeah, I do need to start looking at business licenses that allow forking and using it internally, but never building your own platform on top. That would at least protect my business interests into the future, but if someone wants to fork it and maintain it and do some stuff for it, sure. Could I then at least operate a services company that helps them troubleshoot their issues with it or helps them spin it up? Absolutely. So I think a services business on top of Vexilla is actually more viable than the A/B testing platform, right? More viable than a cloud platform. A services company on top of what Vexilla does to help you implement feature flags in your organization. I think that's the big one. I think that's a move too. So I do think, no matter what, Vexilla could be profitable. Would it be enough to hey, I'm set for life? Probably not. But I do think there is value to what it provides. And I think we can keep building it. And it's fun to do so here on stream, isn't it? They call it cheesing because it's fun to do. Hey, that's a South Park joke. I didn't even make that one up. You better complain to South Park on that one. You better absolutely complain to fucking Trey Parker and Matt Stone for that one. I didn't even make up that pun. Yeah, damn right. How dare they? Yeah, functional source license. I need to look at how Sentry does it too, I think. Yeah, Sentry is probably the ideal licensing. Yeah, licensing only protects my source code. If someone wants to take this idea and remake it, I mean, K-Bray, look at it as the amount of hours invested. How many hours have you seen me working on this? 5 hours a day for the past 6 months? Right? 6 times 30, that's... Oh, God. Numbers. 18 hundo. No. 180. Sorry. Hold up. Carry the 1. Right? 180 days times 5. We're looking at 900 hours? 900 man hours to build out what I've done. When you equate that to an incumbent large company, you're looking at a couple mil. Right? Product and project ownership, right? The devs involved for it, maintenance cost. Like, you're already looking at 2 mil to do what I've done. So, Cabre, how would I know the license is violated? I wouldn't for sure. But at some point, lawsuits happen. NVIDIA is seeing that right now. And yeah, Dr. Drero. Yeah, that's a very good point. Sentry, New Relic, Datadog, all these tools are open enough that, like, yeah, you might as well migrate, no big deal. The cost of migration is almost as much as implementing it yourself. But you still got to solve, like, hosting costs. Gnarly. Yeah, I don't know. I still think, no matter what, there is value to what I'm doing. At the bare minimum, it proves out what I'm capable of. So if I do this right, my value increases whether the value of Vexilla increases or not. So it's a two-pronged approach to growing value. Yeah, for sure. Now, I don't know of any companies that currently value what I've put into it, but if I can get enough of a user baseline to eat into the bottom line of other feature flag tools, it's easily worth buying Vexilla for 2 mil. If I can build up a user base, etc. If I can recognize that building out a cloud platform probably isn't worth it because it's a very large competitive field for open source feature flagging. Could I build it out in such a way that PostHog or Growthbook see that acquiring me is worth it, and then I also work for the company? Yeah, Growthbook and PostHog are both open source tools that are trying to solve this same problem, but they're not solving it in the same way. And they don't have the same amount of, like, language support. Bare minimum, I'm proving out my ability to develop SDKs for various languages so that maybe they acquire me and I can help them build out their SDK, like, first-party support. And bam, boom, right? I don't know. I have no idea. I am very naive in my approach to this. For sure. I don't fucking know. I have no idea. I do know that Vexilla is a tool I will use for every single other thing I build in the future. Because it means I can scale to 0 if needed, based upon usage. I believe 1000% that every tool I want to build in the future needs feature flagging. Walter absolutely needs feature flagging. StreamParrot needs feature flagging. It's already using Vexilla 0.x. Right? So no matter what, I have built a thing that I need for every single use case I could possibly need it for. Especially if there is a streamer discount. I mean, Drero is free. You can use it for free right now, man. right now. Absolutely. If you want to have me help you implement it, yes, we could establish a services contract. And I think that's where, like, a major bit of value is. I think I could establish enough, like, CLI tools, etc., that other tools aren't doing, right? How does Growthbook help you identify a stale feature flag? Is that even part of it? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Not yet, K-Bray, but I have people approach me with, like, hey, we want to use it. And I have actually let them know that, hey, if I can help you implement it here on stream specifically, they might even get, like, the services contract for free without an SLA. If you want an SLA, ooh, okay, hold up. That's a different thing. So yeah, I don't know of anybody using it in prod yet. The only person I've had say, oh shit, yeah, we tried to use it in prod, they were actually a troll that, like, tried to spam us with a Pornhub link. So yeah, they were a fucking asshole about it. But again, I do think it is extremely valuable for client agencies and for all sorts of businesses, for internal businesses, for internal tools, right? You could host the static file on an internal network that never sees the light of day, and your client SDKs can still consume it as long as they have access to that static file within the internal network. This is absolutely enterprise ready. Right? There's value to that. I think there is massive value to that, especially as a services company. And again, how many of these feature flag tools have a CLI tool or anything you could use to identify stale feature flags at build time? They don't, right? The only tool I've seen to establish and find stale feature flags is Uber with their tool called Piranha. I can build something like Piranha, but I don't want to modify source code yet. I just simply want to establish like a warning or possibly an error, depending on how you want to report it, of, hey, this feature flag is the same value within all your environments. That is a stale feature flag at that point. Bim, bam, boom. There is no tool I know of that solves that problem yet, and I can totally do it. So Insanities, that is an extreme use case that I don't want to explicitly support, because I find that slightly unethical. Now, granted, the business that is refusing to pay money for a thing is also unethical, but that's like a tit for tat that I don't want to be involved in. That's for someone else to solve. That's not my problem. I don't want to be involved in that whatsoever. If someone uses it, sure, but I do not want to support it at the top level in any way. Yeah. Like, screwing your clients is a way to never get other clients again. It's a bad move. Unsustainable. Do not do it. Yeah, I get it in Sandy's. For sure, for sure. Yeah. I think that's a tougher situation to, like, consider. I'm not gonna call that my, like, main use case. If I changed licenses, do I have to consent from all open source contributors? I don't believe so. Now, keep in mind, I haven't merged a single thing from another contributor yet. But I think even then, the only time it matters is when I fork, and you have full access to everything before the fork, right? Whenever the license was changed, everything before the license change is still fully available, right? Your contributions are only licensed based upon what you contributed. Everything after that actually, like, can be changed. Look at Docker. Look at Terraform. Look at all these tools that have done so. Everything that was contributed beforehand is viable, but if it was contributed under MIT license, then I am free to create something that is not MIT licensed from it, right? As is anybody else. So K-Bray, I think, is fully legitimate. They could, but they wouldn't get any of the future changes and fixes. MIT license is extremely permissive. But future changes would not be accessible to the previous license. So again, the fact that I have not merged a single change from an outside contributor yet means I can do whatever the fuck I want without even caring. I think that's valuable. Prime's the man. I really like the Prime tool. If you're wondering why I said that statement, see Twitter. I'm okay with it. Yeah, again, if someone wants to build a business on top of Vexilla from what I've already built, that just proves what I'm doing is valuable. So thank you. But they wouldn't get all the stuff I add to it after the fact. Which means they just become another customer of mine, right? I believe that just makes them another customer. All right, so yeah, let's do this real quick. Hold on, set manifest we can't do yet. This one right here is, let's see. So, manifest is equal to self dot get manifest. We end up passing our fetch function, beach. And then we end up calling self.setManifest. Boom. So we got our top level function there. We haven't made the setManifest function yet. Let's do the same thing for the get and set flag stuff, though. Oh, we have group already. Yeah, so we're good there. Right, so group ID is equal to self.group lookup table, group ID. We do accept. Lookup table error as E. Oh, this is just exception as E. We do a raise. Right, lookup table error. It needs the table name, which is group. It needs the name or ID, which is group name or ID. Group name or ID there. Excuse me. Sorry, my bad. All right, so we do group lookup table error there. We do an array of E and cool. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry. I'm getting super sneezy right now. All right, so get flags there. Bim, bam, boom. Group ID. Group ID is actually the lookup there. Raw flag group is what we got there. And then bim, bam, boom. All right, so hold on. Before we do anything else, I need to recognize that we have a GitHub. Let's just go to GitHub itself. Let me look up this Scully thing. Scully GitHub pages action. And I'm pretty sure... Dude, Danny is awesome. D. Copenhagen, super cool dude. He did some stuff here. He updated the lock files. All of it looks awesome. Dude, yeah, he is just great. Yeah, thank you, Danny. Yeah. Right? D. Copenhagen, awesome dude. We have this thing we made, which is Scully GitHub Pages Actions. If you're not aware of what Scully is a static site generator for Angular. And it turns out there are a lot of people that use it. This is awesome. Like, man, I really appreciate D. Copenhagen for doing that. I do believe... I think this is them too. Oh, that's a different person, actually, I think. Yeah, maybe they even hinted that the issue was fixed. Hold on. Closed a minute ago. Ooh, hold on. Right, I want to comment that. Oh, hold on. Let me edit. Yeah, wax. This wax. Yeah, there we go. I think we have some other issues that might have been closed based upon the awesome stuff someone else did. Cool. I think we're good. And again, Danny, if you're out there, if you ever watch these VODs, thank you so much. That was really awesome what you did. Thank you for updating your PR based upon my feedback. Like, man, yeah, you're great. Yeah. D. Copenhagen has really done awesome work to help make sure that this is useful for people using Scully in production. And I haven't for years, so, like, I am actually, like, separated from this a bit. But again, there are people using this, like, action that I created years ago. And I really appreciate D Copenhagen for helping solve those issues, because I have maybe left it lingering. Just because, like, I haven't had to use Angular in production for years now. I don't mind. I would happily do so again. It just so happens that the jobs I'm applying to and the jobs I've worked recently don't use Angular. So it's like, it's really tough for me to keep up with it. Oh, shit. Oh, I am absolutely refollowing this person. Oh, thank him. Yeah, call my horse. Yeah, appreciate you. All right, we do have to close a couple tabs because I'm running out of space. Ooh, one more thing I need to do is go, like, flip my pork that I'm going to do some chow mein with here in a sec. Just give me, like 30 seconds to just go flip some of this. Yeah, efficacy. We're not a big fan of comments about the tabs. Yes, I have a lot. Come on, right? I'll close from here over at some point. But then again, all the other stuff is the archive, and I want those tabs to live because the moment it becomes a bookmark, it's gone forever. So, give me just a sec. I'm going to go do this. I just need to flip the pork, let it thaw. Chow mein will be dinner tonight. All right, so let's keep hacking out some Python. Yes, the pork is flipped. Right, another half hour and it's totally thawed and we're good to go. On gaming stream tonight, I'm going to continue doing some video editing. So I do want to get some more code done. Actually, probably need to do some Madden stuff as well. But yeah, let's at least at the bare minimum continue hacking out the scaffolding for these functions. This right here, this is a group.parseRaw. Setting flags we'll do separate, but we should at least be able to stitch together our sync manifest to our sync flags. And yeah, you know what? Yeah, we got time. Right? That was quick. The part we're missing here is set manifest. So setting this manifest involves crawling it and creating our group lookup table. Right? Because again, our users should be able to look up and do things via the ID that the flag is established by, or the name that the flag is established by. If they want to use magic strings, we don't want to prevent them from doing so. If they want to use IDs, we can still have our CLI tool to extract those IDs into enums that will work for the user. So that is the biggest part. And that's actually probably going to be like one of the things we end up doing with DM Mulroy on our OCaml streams here soon on Tuesdays. So tomorrow, towards the later half of our stream, I believe once we've gotten our client testing done, I think DM Mulroy will actually enjoy trying to figure out how to make the CLI tool be able to extract various things to an enum that we can use within OCaml, etc., to prevent the use of magic strings, to prevent the use of having to memorize magic strings. I think he'll actually enjoy how we're doing this, and I think it'll be somewhat novel. I doubt he's ever had to make a tool that does this, and it's going to be kind of fun. For everyone who's not aware of what I'm talking about, if we go look at it, ooh, that was a good image, wasn't it? Ooh, I actually closed it. It'll be a little tougher. Whatever. We'll have to deal with it tomorrow. Screw it. That said, how do we need to deal with setting our manifest? When we set the manifest, we need to create the group lookup table. Let's do that. So what is the logic of our set manifest here in the Go code, right? We end up setting client.manifest equal to manifest. Yeah, we should probably do that, bare minimum. So self.manifest. After that, group lookup table is already defined, so we only need to do this chunk, right? When we look at what we've done here, group lookup table is a dict of string that is already like an empty dict. So from there, we just need to figure out what this translates to in the JSON, or in our Python, sorry. So there's likely a for or for each type structure I need to do. I don't know Python enough to do that, so we got to look it up, right? Python looping. And again, I'm a polyglot. I work with enough different languages that I'm not going to waste my time memorizing how to loop this stuff within every language. I can just look it up. There's value to that. So, do we need to do a for loop? Is there some other mechanism we should be using? Again, anyone out there that uses Python on a regular basis, how would you want to loop this? Would you just use a for loop? Would you use a while? Would you use something like a for each structure or function? A map, possibly? I don't think map applies here because there's going to be like extra stuff we need to do. I'm guessing a for each would be valuable here. But we could also just do a standard for loop. For blank in blank. Honestly, in Python, this is probably like the preferred approach, right? For blank in blank. Don't you tell me about blank, I'll tell you about blank. Right? 80s business guy from Futurama is bubbling up at this point. So yeah, it looks like for blank in blank. That's the right way to do it. And yeah, sorry efficacy. Again, I'm glad you didn't take offense. Thank you. We have gotten the tabs comment so much. We even have a command for it. Right? Besides the one time I did it, 459 times I've had to deal with people making tabs comments. And that's without me even doing the command for it. Ugh. Right? Like, it gets so old so quick that I'm tired of it. I'm sorry. I don't even feel like memeing about it anymore. So again, thank you for getting it. I really appreciate you. Thank you, efficacy. Yeah, exactly. I stream too much to, like, put up with that shit anymore. How many windows do I have? No, this is basically only my own, this is my main window. Right? I have a Firefox window as well. Yeah, exactly, Janhua. Right? If you watch often enough, you're not even going to recognize the tabs. Yeah, I only have the one window. Right? It's not even that bad. There are other people that have so many more windows. Technically, if I'm being honest, I have like 6 windows open over on my Windows machine that are actually like aggregating job like offers / interview things, right? Like descriptions of jobs that I need to like apply to. I have like 6 windows with 20 plus tabs in them for that. So I get you. Yeah. Rookie numbers. My other machine has way more. Yeah, exactly, Lemsel. I've worked with people in the marketing department at various companies that absolutely dwarf the number of tabs I have. Right? It's not even funny. And they're tired of hearing it too. Tabs Outliner plugin. Ooh, there you go, Lemsel. Nice. All right, so for in is the way to do this. All right, we got this. So for group in manifest dot groups. All right, so self dot, where is group lookup table? Group dot group ID equals group ID, and then self dot group lookup table group name is equal to and this is group ID, and then same here, group ID. So again, this allows a consumer of our SDK to pass a magic string if they want, and we need to be able to look it up by if they passed us the ID or the name itself. Now, meanwhile, the proper way to do this is to use our CLI tool to extract and create the enums for your groups from your own JSON file, right? And that's a thing that would be magical and useful and really awesome. So we're going to continue to do that, but hey, here we go. Right? We don't even need to do the pass anymore because we're just doing the meat of this thing. And we're done. Set manifest and sync manifest, they're done, right? There's nothing else we need to do within set manifest. Sync manifest just calls all these, right? So bim, bam, boom, right? The next bit is we need to do get flags, set flags, and sync flags. The only part we're missing is set flags. And set flags has to do a lot more of our setting of certain values and coercions and blah, blah, blah. So we can do that. Let's do it, right? No big deal. Here's the best part. We have figured out the main logic of what we have to do. We just need to port it. That is like one of the easiest things ever, man. So yeah, we got like, you know, a couple steps to do with the set flags function. So I'm thinking once we finish this bit, I need to eat some food, and then I need to actually do some work to finish editing a video to publish to YouTube. The video I'm going to be publishing to YouTube, or at least working on tonight and hopefully publishing maybe tomorrow, is about macros in JavaScript and TypeScript. It's going to be a fun video. I've heard people say you can't do that. Well, technically you can. It just requires some steps, some effort, stuff to do. Hand tracking? They say if your hand is bigger than your face, you have cancer. Sorry. Yeah, that's a joke. Right? If you do that, you put your hand up to your face, then the person saying it just pushes your hand into your face. Boom, nailed it. Wait, what is the say hi to your knee joke? I don't know that one. You need to start a crash course on Python? I will say, if you're familiar with JavaScript and HTML, etc., Free Code Camp has like a Python section to check out that I would definitely recommend. Oh, Heine. Hey, there you go. Yeah, third grade style. All right, efficacy. I get it. But Monster Juice. Yeah. So there's that one right there. I would also recommend, if you are familiar with programming in general, exorcism.org, right? This is actually, if you're familiar with programming in general, learning any new language is probably really valuable via exorcism, right? You do need to understand Python and some other things. And yeah, John Liu, come on. That is like one of the laziest comments to make. So yeah, as far as hand tracking goes, I don't know. But yeah, if you're familiar with any language, exorcism is probably the best way to learn a new language. They do require a bit of like, you know, Git knowledge, etc. Jean Lu. How did you not get it? How do you think that this is anything new since you've been here since January of 2022? None of this is brand new, man. I'm gonna do the unban, so your timeout's undone, but you're still gonna get timed out, and your comment will be deleted. You can't move past, like, the laziest fucking comment you could make. Right? So, John Liu, come on, man. Be better. That's fine. I've had this amount of tabs since you followed. No, tabs is the thing, because I'm tired of dealing with it. People who've been here all day have seen tabs comments get deleted at least like 4 times now. It is the laziest fucking comment to make. I'm tired of responding to it. I'm tired of dealing with it. Do you think it's an original statement? It isn't. I assume most of my audience is tired of dealing with people making those comments. They're tired of me commenting on those comments. So, Jean-Lu, the only reason I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt is because you've been here long enough. If you were a random drive-by commenter, I would have just ignored you ages ago, and I would have let the timeout just stand. So, recognize that you got some special treatment because you've been here and I like you. But it doesn't mean you're allowed to make those lazy, low-effort comments. So, please, understand where I'm coming from. Use a little empathy to, like, know what I'm getting at. And I am using a little bit of empathy to know that you're not just some random troll. So we're meeting halfway. Yeah, no worries, John. I appreciate you. Recognize that I would not even be putting forth this effort if I thought you were a random troll. I would have just ignored you. I thank you for being here. I know it's been a while. I look forward to having you here again. With better comments, hopefully. Yeah, exorcism is awesome. If you're trying to learn a new language and you consider yourself proficient with at least 1 or 2, exorcism is the best way to learn a new language. For sure. Like, I'm not even kidding. They're not paying me shit. I don't make anything from recommending them as a tool. I still think it's a valuable tool that's worth using. Nobody pays me for any recommendation I make so far. One of these days. Oh, we'll totally make it happen. Not today, but eventually. Ooh, hold on. No, Jean-Lu, it's not just written in Rust, it's rewrite it in Rust. Right? That's the meme. Rewrite it in Rust. Come on. What's taking you so long? Figure it out already. Can I point out that I went to the first RustConf? The absolute first RustConf in Portland. And they even had it as part of the keynote. Hey, stop telling people to rewrite it in Rust already. You're turning people off of Rust. Stop being jerks about it. Only like half the audience listened. It's a really good hoodie. Yeah. I am basically Pizza the Hut. I'm delicious. Anyone who gets that reference? You're one of the good ones. Ooh, that's a good emote, actually, Efficacy. Whose is that? Diamo Roy? Nailed it. Ah, dude. I didn't realize his emotes were that good. Holy shitballs. Diamo Roy put some effort into his emotes. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. The Schwartz is strong with that one. Yeah. Yogurt! I hate yogurt! Even with strawberries. I see your Schwartz is almost as big as mine. That's the line. Yeah, damn right. Oh, yeah, John Lou, I heard about that. That's gnarly. Yeah, the D-Brand versus Casetify thing. No, it's not a bad one. We saw the memes. Like, we crawled the, all that stuff. Yeah. It's fine. We're like, we're towards the end of stream. That comments like that are fine. Yeah, don't feel bad about that. I do think, yeah, Casetify is on very shaky ground. However, design patents are really hard to defend. No, so here's the biggest thing. I think D-Brand has actually a hard court case ahead of them. Because the design patent is very tough to defend. Copyright in that regard is also tough to defend. Because they're not also, it's not a trademark. Unless they actually put in the effort to register a trademark about some of the, things they made, it's not a trademark. Copyright is fuzzy. I do think they do have some grounds to stand on, but it's up to the courts to decide if they have enough grounds to stand on. Because again, it was not a verbatim copy. It was not a one-to-one copy. There were modifications done. Right? Even if it's only, lower quality, it is still technically a modification. It's up to the courts to decide if it's enough of a modification to violate or be within copyright law. I'm not trying to decide who's on the right side of things. Like, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I can't decide that anyway. Do I think what Casetify did is gross simply from a moral standpoint? Yes, it is gross from a moral standpoint. That is my own morals, regardless of legal standing. I think that's the biggest thing that would make the case actually, like, hold water. The fact that Casetify didn't even modify some of the numbers and, like, phrases. If they had modified the numbers and phrases, they'd probably be fine. Right? As far as, like case law goes, I think they'd probably be fine. Because, again, design patents are really hard to uphold. Yeah, exactly. So Jean-Luc, right? The phrasing of glasses, glass, and glass breaks. If there is enough copying of statements like that that are unique to their design, I believe the case holds water. But the fact that they use the D-brand logo, ooh, that is actually clear-cut. That is very clear-cut. But again, it's up to the courts to decide, right? Public opinion does not matter in this case. As much as we want it to, public opinion does not matter. Public opinion only affects their bottom line, not the result of the lawsuit. The fact that Casetify took down those designs is actually more culpable than a lot of the other stuff they did. It actually indicates that they know what they did was wrong. If they had left it up, that'd be a different thing. But the fact that they took it down is almost like legal culpability, as far as my understanding of the case law goes. I could be wrong. Again, no matter what, whether they knew it, doesn't matter. The fact that they tried to hide it actually does attribute a bit of culpability. That is actually more of, like, evidence towards the fact that they knew what they were doing was wrong versus being able to plead ignorance or something. Right? So that's actually the gnarliest part. The fact that they took it down makes them more legally culpable than leaving it up, which is kind of gnarly. If I were a lawyer, I would be arguing towards that exact fucking use case, that exact fucking line of questioning. If you knew what you were doing was wrong, then the fact that you hid it backs it up. And that indicates, like, actual intent. Intent is more important than violation. Intent is more legally culpable than violation. Yeah. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but this is my understanding of the law. Intent is very important. And hold on, I'm really proud of this tweet. The fact that the Primogen actually, like, liked it within, like, a minute of me posting it, that's a good tweet. Ooh, that I don't know, John Lou. I'm not sure they're, like, of the amount they're suing for. I'm not sure if that needs to be actually, like, publicly disclosed until, like, the result of the suit. Is it 8 figures? Oh, shit. Ooh. So, basically, if the suit is won, Casetify is done for. I hope they made enough money in the meantime. Right? Because again, the owners of the business could have extracted all the wealth that was worth it, and then the business could fold, and no, you can't go after what the owners made. Casetify is worth nearly $1 billion? I doubt that. Without getting political, that sounds like something a political candidate would actually claim. I'm not going to say which candidate, but you all know. The thing we were talking about. Yeah, so hold on. Vibrant. Yeah, if you're learning to learn or looking to learn a new language, yeah, Exorcism is the best place to do so. I would not recommend it towards someone trying to learn their first language, but if you have already mastered a couple languages, then yes, Exorcism is probably the best tool to do so, besides just making something in the language you're looking for. I would still recommend just making something in the language you're trying to learn. You will gain far more from that. Hence why I'm building out these SDKs. I am learning far more from building these SDKs than I would ever learn from doing some bullshit exorcism-like stuff. Right? I think most people would agree with that statement. Right? All right, so the set flags thing. Let's finish this method before we go anywhere. I got time. Y'all got time, right? We got this. Yeah, exactly, FD. Learning Rust by doing will give you more value than just doing Exorcism, right? Building out an API or a tool or a CLI or whatever that satisfies the niches that you need to solve with a new language, you'll be better off. Man, I got the hiccups now. Yeah. I'm basically a frog at this point with these hiccups, right? Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I'm good. I'm faking those ones. Kermit the Frog here. Yeah, totally nailed it. Ooh, Speedy Gonzalez's cousin in the cartoons? Yeah, I'm forgetting that one. I don't know that one. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Shit. So that makes sense, Shanlu. A bunch of that stuff I think is actually like appropriate to other languages, which is valuable, right? Like multi-threading, how to do requests, right? How to add color to output, blah, blah, blah. Like all of that is massively applicable to other languages. So yeah, massive value to doing it with one language first. But doing it with another language, doing it with more than one language, doing it with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 languages actually makes you a better dev because you actually recognize the common things between these languages. And that's valuable. That is massive. You can't even buy that. Right? I'd buy that for $1. Who knows where I took that reference from? But yeah, let's hack out this set flags functionality. Yeah, Unruly Hotfixer knows the reference. Damn right. Yeah, the original RoboCop, not the remake. The remake actually has a reference to it, which is pretty good. In which the guy that played Rorschach in The Watchmen actually says, I wouldn't buy that for $1. The fact that they referenced that in the new RoboCop? Okay. Okay. Thumbs up. I wouldn't buy that for $1. I forgot who plays RoboCop in the new RoboCop. Was that Joel Kinnaman? Is that why that movie sucks? He's a terrible actor. He's only done well in like 2 films. It was Rick Flag. Yeah, Joel Kinnaman. Yeah, or something Kinnaman. Yeah, dude, he is a terrible actor. He's only done good or done well in like 2 films, right? In not the original Suicide Squad, but like the new Suicide Squad, he fucking nails it. And also, there was another thing he did a really good job into. I forget what it was. But yeah, Joel Kinnaman, terrible actor. Just awful. What was the one he was in where he's like, it's like a series where he tries to play like the, hold on, he tries to play like the downtrodden like street detective, and shit, what's her name from X-Files tries to play like the other one? Right? Like his partner or some bullshit. What is that show? Anyone remember that one? Girlfriend in Suicide Squad? Cara Delevingne? Are you talking about like the original Suicide Squad? Yeah, that entire movie was awful. Yeah, the Enchantress, like, with Will Smith, like, no, we can just pretend that movie doesn't exist. That movie was awful. Nobody did a good job in that movie. I don't remember a single good actor from that film. Even Boomerang sucked. There wasn't a single good performance in that film. The new one, though, is really fucking good. The new one that had Idris Elba and fucking John Cena, that one's fucking amazing. That one's so damn good. Holy shit, I just saw it recently. That one's amazing. Yeah, the new Suicide Squad film, that one is, I want to say, like, a perfect film. That one's great. Yeah, John Cena as Peacemaker in, like, that newer, like, Suicide Squad film. Like, a perfect film. That movie's great. The fact that they make a reference at the beginning that they totally see through to the end is amazing, dude. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't want to ruin it. Like, no spoilers. Oh, no worries, Jean-Lou. Yeah, get some sleep. Yeah, lay down for a bit. If you got a bad back, I would recommend getting a projector that projects, like, shows you want to watch on your ceiling. That way you can, like, lay out and let your back relax and still enjoy, like, various things. I'm not saying me. I mean just, like, other things you want to watch. I could totally be part of that. But, again, I mean, like, things you actually want to watch as you're trying to fall asleep. Getting a projector that projects to your ceiling to let your back relax. Dude, you'd be stoked on that, right? That's a move. You should do that. Don't worry about playing me on your ceiling, but play, like, shows you want to watch. For sure, man. I want to do the same fucking thing. As a person that, like, lays on my left shoulder wrong, this is my good shoulder. I've actually had, like, shoulder moments in the past couple weeks where, like, oh shit, am I gonna dislocate my left shoulder? Fuck. Right? That would bum me out because that's my good shoulder. My right shoulder dislocates when I put a hoodie on wrong. My left shoulder is the only one I got left that I can rely upon. All right, so let's hack out a little bit more logic. I want to do this before we go. All right, so as far as setting flags goes, right? I'm not actually sure this is the right way to do this. You know what? Nah, I think we're at the point where I want to look at this entire function with a like a really discerning eye. And I don't think I'm there right now. I'm wondering if this entire function is actually correct. I don't think this is right. I think this is actually based upon how the Go code needs to be represented. So I don't think this is right. I'm going to want to like take a bit to think on how we structure what set flags does. We do need to end up setting our environment lookup table and our feature lookup table. But the feature lookup table is based upon group, not environment. Ooh. I actually think I'm wrong. Yeah. So again, I want to think about this with a fresh brain tomorrow. I think that's important. I think that's really important. So yeah, I'm going to eat some chow mein on gaming stream tonight. I think I have some video editing to finish for gaming stream tonight. And if I can finish it tomorrow, I can release the video tomorrow morning. And I'll be looking for y'all to, like, help support that video in the morning. But yeah, at this point, let's go raid somebody. We're going to go raid the Primogen, because I haven't had a chance to do so in a while. And again, he's one of my favorite people. I really like the Primogen. I feel like when we see him in these later streams, like the late night streams, he's actually more himself than the character he plays during his other streams. What is my gaming channel? Yeah, let me shout that out real quick. I will be over on gaming channel tonight. If I can finish editing my video, I can play some game. I don't know what game, like, you'll help me vote on it, right? He is, in fact, an AI, as we've learned today. But yeah. Gaming tonight will basically be me and y'all, right? Like, I'll cook my food on gaming stream. I'll totally cook it. I'll make some, like, chow mein. It'll be fucking delicious. And then I'm going to be doing some video editing while we watch some movie. And if I can finish the editing quick enough, we'll watch the video together, and then I'll release it tomorrow. I think technically I'll have to do a little bit of editing tomorrow morning, and then I can release it. But yeah, tonight, gaming stream is basically video editing while watching some movie. So, no worries if no one hangs out. Let's go hang out with the Primogen. And yeah, so tomorrow, I'll be back here again. We're going to actually finish out the logic we need to do. Like, not finish, but we're going to continue working on the logic we need to finish for our Python SDK. Right? We're going to get the set flags done. We're going to end up then working on the should functionality. And maybe after that, we can move on to the scheduling functionality, which will involve arrow and a bunch of weird-ass logic. But yeah, I do feel like I really enjoy Late Night the Primogen because I feel like he is more him versus the character he plays. And I really like the Primogen as a person. Not necessarily the character, but him, he's a good dude. If you don't know, yes, he is playing a character. Most times on stream. And it's an entertaining character, very fun. But also, Prime as a real dude, also entertaining and fun. So, let's go say hi. I'll see some of y'all over on gaming. We're going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you all for chilling. And yeah, see y'all again soon.